the Committee on Finance to order. On the agenda, we have Senate Bill 2042 filed by our Majority Leader. We'd like to acknowledge, before we acknowledge our distinguished Majority Leader, the gentleman from Bukidnon, we'd like to acknowledge some of our guests here present. I see we have with us Senators Vice Chair Amy Marcos, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Vice Chair Risa Ontiveros, Senator Nancy Binay, the Chair of Tourism. We have Secretary Charlie Galvez with us, and Yusek Densing from DILG. Let me just get my list that was sent to me. Maybe we can ask the Secretariat. I think they have the complete list. Could we acknowledge to make sure we acknowledge everybody? Yeah.
Good morning, Your Honor. The committee would like to acknowledge the following resources.
Lakas-lakasan lang po ng konti, please.
Morning, Your Honor. The committee would like to acknowledge the following resource persons. Mr. Lloyd Christopher A. Lau, Undersecretary, Procurement Service from the Department of Budget and Management. Together with him is Director Jason Mariuayan. Mr. Carlito Galvez Jr., Secretary, National Task Force Against COVID-19. Secretary Francisco Duque III from the Department of Health. Director General Rolando Domingo from Food and Drug Administration. Mr. Epimaco Densing III, Undersecretary from the DILG. From the DOST is Attorney Angeli Medale Alviar from Legal Division. Janelle Rabe, Senior Policy Officer from the League of Cities of the Philippines. Director Maria Pamela Quizon, Local Fiscal Policy from the Bureau of Local Government Finance. Brenda Miranda, Chief Policy Planning Programming from BLGF. Director Benito Atienza from Philippine Medical Association. Dr. Antonio Dans from Health Professionals Alliance Against COVID-19. Mr. Dave Frederick Escalona from the United Laboratories, Inc. Ms. Janet Jacosalen, Chief Business Officer from Swilig Pharma Philippines. Attorney Pamela Labayen, Internal Legal Counsel, Compliance Business Center from AstraZeneca. Attorney Vivencio Dizon, Deputy Chief Implementer, National Task Force Against COVID-19. And Attorney Joanna Eileen Capones, Vice President for Investment Promotions and Marketing Department. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'd like to greet those we failed to mention earlier, Secretaries Duque, Secretary Dizon, Director Domingo, and all our resource persons. Do we have anyone from the DOF, ComSec? ComSec, do we have anyone from the DOF, Department of Finance?
We have, sir, from the Department of Finance, Mr. Mark Dennis Joven.
Yusek Oven. Okay, morning Yusek. Okay, sige. I think we can get started. We'll give the floor first to the author of the measure, no less than our distinguished Senate Majority Leader, the gentleman from Bukidnon, the dashing debonair, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri.
Thank you very much to my equally dashing debonair gentleman from Aurora. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, good morning to all our senator colleagues, as well as our resource persons, particularly the secretaries and undersecretaries of the different departments. First of all, I filed this bill 2042 to help our local government units expedite the purchase of the COVID-19 vaccines. This is a complementary measure to the amendment that I introduced in Republic Act 11494, the Bayanihan II Act, which allows private entities to conduct research, development, manufacture, import, distribute, or sell COVID-19 vaccines sourced from registered pharmaceutical companies. If local government units and private entities have the funds to procure vaccines for their constituents, employees, and the manufacturers are willing to deal with them, then let us give them the authority to do so. Senate Bill number 2042 will exempt local government units from certain procurement requirements under Republic Act 9184 or the Government Procurement Reform Act and Presidential Decree number 1445 or the Government Auditing Code of the Philippines and other related laws during the period of the state of calamity due to the pandemic. We hope to spare the purchase of COVID-19 vaccines from the tedious and circuitous procurement processes. With this exemption, we also hope to avoid adverse COA findings from being issued and graft cases from being filed against local government units and their officials. As a safeguard, local government units will only be allowed to import COVID-19 vaccines that have been registered with the FDA or issued with an emergency use authorization status. This measure, Mr. Chairman, was really put forward by ULAP themselves. Governor Dax Kua had sought my attention on this of the possible cases that could be filed against them if they buy vaccines, especially if they buy vaccines from different sources, Mr. Chairman. Kasi iba-iba po yung bayad, yung payment niyan. Although the payment, government is authorized to inform the public how much this costs, but it's different in prices. So imagine if you use the procurement law of government wherein the lowest bidder should always win. It's not necessarily so in this case of the vaccines. Alam po ni Secretary Galvez yan, hindi naman lahat pare-pareho po yung presyo, hindi po lahat pare-pareho yung timeline, at baka makasuhan po ang ating mga kapatid sa LGUs. We're also stressing also the importance of the time element, Your Honors, because apparently they have to make their first down payment within the month of February, particularly, for example, AstraZeneca, who already gave, who already needs the deposit because it's a down payment muna bago po sila mag-place ng order, at lalong-lalo na po yung unang mga LGUs na nabigyan ng slot dito sa first round ng AstraZeneca have to give already their payments soon. Baka ma-technical daw sila, Chairman, at naawa po ako sa kanila. That's about 62, if I'm not mistaken. Alam po siguro ni Secretary Galvez na that's about 62 or 64 LGUs already. At ayaw naman po natin sila makasuhan when they're just trying to do their best to help their constituents survive this COVID-19 pandemic, Your Honor. So finally, may I stress my position that government should act fast. An efficient vaccine rollout is as significant as a vaccine's efficacy, safety, and cost. We need to make sure that it's safe, effective, and the vaccines are cost-effective, and they're made available everywhere as possible, and to as many Filipinos as we can as soon as possible. And I'm happy that Secretary Galvez is doing a great job, and I'm happy that he's on board on this issue on vaccine rollout. And of course, to the DOH and the FDA, I also must commend Director General Eric Domingo for his quick action on EUAs on several of the vaccines already being applied for emergency use. And yun lang po, Senator, Chairman, and I hope that we can get this. But before I move on, there's also a request by my dear colleague, Senator Amy Marcos and Senator Bongo, be made co-authors of the bill so that it may be reflected in the committee report. But we also have a technical, not a problem, situation wherein Senator Amy, for the record, has filed certain bills already on the same topic but was referred to a different committee. What I can do, Chairman, is on Monday, I'll make the motion, the proper motion, first hour on Monday, wherein I will refer this now to the mother committee, which is a Committee on Finance, and I'll just add additional committee reference to the Ways and Means Committee to be your secondary committee hearing this case and this issue. So that will make her also a principal author of this measure, together with our other colleagues with the same with the same theme, and we'll do that on Monday po. But you can already start hearing them today if Your Honor, the Chairman, agrees. Very much,
Thank,
Chairman.
thank you. Thank you to our Majority Leader. And we'd like to give the floor to our colleagues. I think Vice Chair Marcos is raising her hand, ma'am. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Majority Leader. Kung hei fa choi to everyone. We hope that the year of the bull actually brings us much better luck. And
Not bull, not bull.
for the trabajador of the Senate, the bull is the worker in the zodiac cycle. So it may be your year indeed. I wanted to add by way of information, I had filed on January 18 SBN 1988, virtually on the same topic as our good Majority Leader, but it is pending in the Committee on Ways and Means, where it was referred on the 19th of January. Similarly, I had a resolution filed on the 18th of January as well, allowing the LGUs and the private sector on their own to acquire and purchase COVID-19 vaccines. It is in the meantime in the Committee on the Whole. So by way of tidy housekeeping, siguro dito na sa Committee on Finance, kasi kayo naman ang nag-take cognizance kaagad. And it includes basically a discussion of tax exemption from import duties and other fees, as well as donors' fees, because those were exempted under Bayanihan 1 but have since lapsed. Further, there's an exemption as well for the LGUs from RA 9184, or the Government Procurement Reform Act, since the purchase of vaccines can be termed emergency and calamity purchases as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Majo.
Thank you, Vice Chair Raimi. Very well taken, your remarks. And subject to the rules of the Senate, we'll adopt and we'll take up those measures in turn as permitted. Any other of our colleagues? We'd like to acknowledge our good friend, Chairman of the Committee on Civil Service, Senator Bong Revilla. Morning, sir. Any other of our colleagues would like to give some preliminary remarks before we turn it over to our distinguished guests? No more?
Yes.
Senator Kiko, yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, just very quickly, we would like to reiterate our belief and our position that for us to be able to have a successful vaccine rollout, the role and enabling local governments is critical. We have to learn from the experience of the last 10 months that we have, up to a certain degree, been delayed in the rollout of the COVID response. And learning from that lesson, Mr. Chairman, we must find more forces, more troops to battle COVID. And on the front line also would be our LGUs. And so we support this measure. We want our LGUs to succeed. We want them enabled so that we can have an effective vaccine rollout that will reach precisely that 70 million target. Without the LGUs, Mr. Chairman, I do not see how we can succeed. And that's why this measure is critical, and we support it. And we would like to give the resources and the capacity to our LGUs so that they can deliver in this campaign against COVID. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good point from Senator Kiko. Salamat. We need the LGUs, really. Yes, Senator Bong, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, to my colleagues, to all our resource persons, and all those who are monitoring this very important hearing. Good morning. First of all, let me commend the chair for urgently scheduling this hearing. Also due to our ever reliable at napakasipag na Majority Leader, Senator Subiri, for filing this proposed measure. Isa lamang ang layunin ng pagdinig na ito, pati na rin ng panukalang batas na hinihain ang mapabilis ang pagpoprotekta sa ating mga kababayan laban sa bagsik na dulot ng COVID-19. Ako mismo ay isang COVID-19 survivor at ay patunay na hindi biro po ang tamaan ng sakit na ito. Maging ang ating chairman ay tinamaan din yan, no? At ang ating majority floor leader ay survivor din. Marahil ay mayroon tayong mga kakilala, kaibigan o mga kamag-anak na at kumbaga na nagka-COVID din, ano? Alam niyo siguro kung gaano katindi ang pangamba ng idinudulot nito. Latest statistics shows that lot are still getting infected, and those dying of the virus is still growing in numbers. Kaya naman gusto nating madaliin na ang pagbabakuna sa ating mga kababayan. Gusto na nating tumigil ang lumulobong bilang ng mga nagkaka-COVID, lalo't higit yung mga namamatay dahil sa virus na ito. Sama-sama natin pong suriin kung paano natin mapapatupad ang layuning ito. Gawin natin ang ating mga kanya-kanyang tungkulin at sabay-sabay nating harapin at pagtagumpayan ang pandemyang ito. Alam ko pong ginagawa nyo lahat ng inyong magagawa, pero sana po mapabilis pa rin natin ito. I will just ask my questions later, Mr. Chairman. Again, everyone, thank you very much.
Salamat, Senator Bong. And as a former local chief executive, you know that very important po actors ang ating LGU. Salamat sa inyong magandang salita. Napag-utusan lang po tayo ng ating majority leader. But your point is well taken. Time is of the essence pagdating dito sa vaccine. Thank you, sir. Any other comments from our colleagues? If not, we can turn it over to our friends from the executive for their comments. Maybe we'll give it first to the IATF chair, who's in the eye of the storm. Secretary Charlie, please go ahead, sir.
Sir, first of all, I would like to thank express my thank and also my appreciation to the committee on our finance, because I believe that we all in the same page, that really this bill that we will pass will greatly affect the expeditious acquisition of our needed vaccine. Sir, I've been calling by the different LGU, and really they wanted to help us in buying the vaccine. And as of now, more or less 27 million vaccine has been bought by both the private sector and the LGUs, and these vaccines are very useful, and it can really bring some hope to our people. And this meeting is very significant for all of us, considering that it will greatly help also the executive to really function together with the LGUs as soon as possible time. As we all know, the restrictions of the law, the RA 9184, have really saddled us in our procurement, and with the passage of this bill into law, it will greatly help us really expedite everything. We have a meeting with Senator Bongo this morning, and also with the Secretary of Health this morning, and we are now drafting a memorandum for the President to make this bill an urgent bill so that it will be passed immediately. Sir, maraming salamat, sir. Napakalaki pong tulong po nito sa amin, at kami po ay napakasaya po namin sa executive sa National Task Force, dahil ang nakikita po namin na ang LGU, ang executive at saka po yung ang Congress at saka ang Senado ay nagsama-sama po. Nag-report din po kami kay Speaker, and they are also having the same bill, and I'm happy that we are working together in this pandemic. And also, I would like also thank Congressman Kua, who's always also consulting us with the Governor Dax, na sana magkaroon po talaga ng immediate and po resolution to, dahil kasi ang ating pong mga LGU nakapirma po na ngayon, pati na po kami sa tripartite agreement, and it will really help us because it will give us a legal cover for us to pursue yung po natin na gawa po natin tripartite agreement. Maraming salamat po, Senator Angara, and really appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Secretary Galvez, and you have our full support in the committee and in the Senate, led by Senate President Soto, and of course our majority leader, Senator Mick Subir. That's why Bayanihan 1, Bayanihan 2, minadali po natin yan talaga para malaki ang tulong sa IATF. Sama-sama po tayo. I would like to acknowledge also ULAP Chair and Governor, our friend, Governor Dax Kua, who's also moving force behind this bill. Would you like to say anything, sir, Gov Dax? Yeah.
Sorry, I came in late, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for supporting this, Secretary Galvez, and of course to our authors, Senator Miggs, and Senator Amy also authored a similar bill that we thank you, all the senators, for helping us. Tulad po ng nasabi ni Secretary, ito po'y magbibigay ng peace of mind sa ating mga LGUs. Palapit po kasi ang ating advance payment to the pharmaceutical, and we want, hopefully with your blessing and with your support, magkaroon ng solid legal footing po yung mga LGUs so that they can support and complement the efforts of Secretary Galvez and the entire task force. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alam ko pong medyo agad-agad ninyo pong sinet up itong meeting na to, and we appreciate your action with maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Governor Dax, representing the ULAP, or local authorities of the Philippines. And the common denominator between Senator Zubiri, yourself, Senator Amy, is you all have you're all very closely working with your local government. So alam niyo po yung importance of the local governments. Is Secretary Duque here? We'd like to hear from DOH Secretary. He doesn't appear kasi on my screen, so but I was told he's here. Sec Duque, are you here? Well, let's acknowledge him if he comes in. No? In the meantime, Sec Vince Dizon is also here. Are you here, Sec Vince? Again, he doesn't also appear on my screen, so...
I'm ready, Your Honor. I'm ready, Your Honor. This is
There you are, there you are.
My apologies, Mr. Senator, and the rest.
Okay.
Sir, good morning in behalf of
Yes,
the
sir.
IATF and the Department of Health. I'd like to give with your permission, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Please.
Okay,
Thank you.
sir. Okay, Senator Sani Angara, Senator Miggs Subiri, all our honorable senators, the colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Sa ngalan po ng Kagawaran ng Kalusugan, ikinagagalak pong makasama muli ang ating mabubuting senador para talakayin ang Senate Bill number 2042, an act expediting the purchase and administration of vaccines for the protection against the coronavirus 2019 by exempting local government units from compliance with the procurement requirements under Republic Act number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act and other related laws. The DOH fully supports the passage of the proposed bill, Your Honors, in keeping with the principles of accountability, transparency, and the judicious use of government resources. Pinatunayan po nitong pandemyang ito ang napakalaking papel na ginagampanan ng ating mga local government units para masiguro ang kalusugan at kaligtasan ng ating mga mamamayan. We believe this bill will enable our LGUs to propel the largest vaccination program through the acquisition and deployment of the COVID-19 vaccines duly evaluated by our Food and Drug Administration. Mabibigyan angkop na konteksto ang ating mga estratehiya at may tutugma po ito sa pangailangan sa iba't ibang sitwasyon at setting para sa pinakamainam na pagtugon. Nais namin iparating ang assurance ng aming pong buong kooperasyon para masiguradong sapat ang kapasidad ng ating pong mga LGUs sa pagtanggap at pag-administer ng mga bakuna para masigurong protektado at napapangalagaan ang bawat Pilipino. In the spirit of bayanihan, we commit to the collaborative process of good governance, and we welcome measures such as this that empower our LGUs in our fight against COVID-19. Muli, sa ngalan po ng IATF at ng DOH, maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon. Back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Duque. Can we hear from the DOF? We have Yusek Hoven with us. Yusek Hoven. Morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Senator. Good morning, Your Excellency. So, yeah, thank you for initiating this inquiry or this discussion to pursue legislation to relax the rules on procurement. So we do not object to such amendments provided that there's still compliance with the regulatory requirements set forth by law. So in other words, for any vaccine which will be imported by the local government unit, for so long as said vaccine has gone through the FDA and has gone through the other relevant regulatory process to ensure safety, then I guess there shouldn't be any problem in allowing the procurement by local government units. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the DOF. Well, the Section 2 of the Act says that LGUs can only purchase COVID-19 vaccines that are registered with the FDA or issued with an emergency use authorization status. So hopefully that is enough. And if anyone wants additional safeguards that will not, hindi naman siya mapeperwisyo sa oras, I think that's okay. Can we hear from the DBM? I think we have Yusek. Thank you, Yusek Hoven. Yusek Lau with us for the DBM, since this involves also some amendment to the government procurement law.
Hi, good
Yusek
morning
Yusek
po,
Lau.
Mr.
Morning,
Chair,
yeah.
and good morning. We appreciate, actually matagal na po namin, it's our long desire that the Legislative Department would take into action to help and assist, expedite the procurement of the vaccines, considering this is a unique situation which has no precedents first. This is the first incident, I think, in the history of the Philippines, I think in the world. So crucial po ang tulong talaga ng Legislative Department kasi lahat tayo naninibago sa process na ito. But this is very crucial for the survival of our country. And there are things that we used sa batas before to safeguard on the procurement, against corruption, against parang mga errors of judgment. However, these laws that we passed is now the very reason na di-delay din yung procurement by reason of urgency and the pandemic, which may be resolved only by the Legislative Department. And we really appreciate the timely action of the Senate in calling this, passing this bill and conducting a committee hearing for this. We appreciate all the help and the vision of the Senate Legislative Department. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusek Lau. Thank you for your kind words. We have Yusek Densing from the DILG. We also have Yusek Echeverry, but maybe Yusek Densing can go ahead. Good morning, sirs.
Good morning, honorable senators, our colleagues from the Executive Department, local government officials present this morning. The DILG expresses our full support to Senate Bill 2042, filed by Senator Zubiri. This is a very timely measure, and the issue of local government procurement of COVID-19 vaccines have been a topic with us in the interagency and executive department for the past 30 days, Your Honors, and this is particularly the very essence of this bill. We are now able to address specifically to give legal cover to our local government units in their procurement of COVID-19 vaccines. And this was also a subject of many discussions we have with the various leagues, the League of Provinces, League of City Mayors, and League of Municipal Mayors. And hopefully, this will be certified by the President as urgent so that our local government units may be able to give the advance payments as required by the tripartite agreement. I think their deadline is February 22, or many of the local government units, 30 days after they signed their tripartite agreement last January. However, Your Honor, there is one particular provision that I'd like to mention that the Honorable Senator Zubiri might want to consider, specifically Section 3 of Senate Bill 2042, where it says that the Secretary of the Interior and Local Government, in coordination with the Government Procurement Policy Board, shall issue special procurement rules. We are recommending that this should be the other way around. That Section C should mention that the GPPB, in coordination with the DILG, should issue the special procurement laws. In other words, issues of procurement are always within the purview or responsibility of the GPPB. So if there's any comment that we want to make, that's the only provision, Your Honors. And again, we express our full support with this bill. And hopefully, if the President certifies this to be urgent, we can pass this into law as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's a good suggestion, Yusek Densing. What does the author say, the sponsor, Majority Leader?
I have no problems with that, Chairman. I leave it to your best discretion. You're our champion in terms of finance of the Republic, so I leave it to your discretion. But on the face of it, Mr. Chairman, I'm in support of the measure of the amendment of the DILG.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Yusek Echeverry, anything to add to what Yusek Densing said? Morning, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Well, alongside with what Yusek Densing has mentioned, I would want to inform the committee also that the DILG already issued MC number 7, 2007, interim preparatory guidelines in implementation of the National Vaccine Program, which will help eventually in the local government's preparation for the vaccination and in helping the constituents get confidence at least in getting this vaccine as soon as possible. So alongside with that, hopefully this would complement the bill that the Senate is now proposing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek RJ Echeverry. FDA Director, morning, Director Eric.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning to our senators. Now, well, the FDA fully appreciates the intent of the bill, which will allow local governments to share their resources to fight for our COVID-19 vaccination program. We find the bill of the Majority Leader very forward-looking because it already includes the certificate of product registration, which could actually come as early as late this year and possibly early next year. No? Meaning we will have fully registered products that have full marketing authorizations that maybe the LGUs will be able to use. We'd just like to remind everybody that for the EUA, one of the conditions of issuance of an EUA is that it says that the deployment of the vaccines purchased, even by those that are designated by the NTF and the DOH, such as the LGUs, should be done in accordance with the national guidelines being implemented by the DOH. So kahit po bibili yung LGU, of course, kailangan susunod pa rin po sa guidelines ng ating national vaccination program, particularly for the vaccines under EUA.
Okay. Are those finite, yung guidelines? I mean, are there 5 or 10? Baka kasi madagdagan yun in the course of time. You know, our concern, of course, is the time element, Director.
Ano naman po yun? We give it for every EUA that we issue. Pare-pareho naman po yung ano niya.
Nakalagay naman sa actually the section I read out earlier, section 2. Basta FDA approved or may EUA, yun lang ang pwedeng bilhin. Is that sufficient, Director?
Yes, it is sufficient.
Okay.
I suppose it means that they will follow, of course, the conditions.
Yes. Certainly. Okay, salamat.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Nancy. Yes.
Just a clarification kay DG Domingo, if I may.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Kasi nabanggit nyo na under EUA lang and hopefully by year end pwede na silang yung permitted for commercial use. Pag ganun ho ba, hindi na nila kailangan mag-conform dun sa what was the term? Yung standard that is set for EUAs?
Yeah, kasi possible some of the companies now are really targeting, Mr. Chair, full licensing by end of the year to early next year. So once the drug is commercially available, the vaccine is commercially available, ano na talaga, pwede na po siyang bilhin at gamitin ng facilities as they deem proper. So ngayon lang po yung EUA kasi we just have to be a little more careful because we're still monitoring the use of these products.
Sure.
Are you satisfied, Senator Nancy, with that issue? Yeah, thanks. I think another concern, Your Honors, is the time element, since the bill provides that the exemption is only till September of this year. Is that a sufficient? Some have commented that perhaps we might need a longer period. No? Maybe I'll address that to the body in general and solicit your comments on that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Risa, please go ahead.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Actually, just following up on the previous point.
Vice
Kaya
Chair
rin
Risa.
kaya rin po siguro sinabi ni DG Domingo na forward-looking itong bill ni Majo. And something that I believe Sen Nancy was indicating was that even before na may CPR na i-issuehan yung iba't ibang vaccines, even under EUA, pwede nang kumilos as early as possible yung mga LGUs natin in partnership with the national government. So maganda na from now until say late this year, through the EUA, makakilos na yung mga LGUs, and then kapag may CPR na late this year and early next year, the whole market can perhaps participate. Pero ngayon pa lang, ang LGUs will have that legal cover na sinabi ng DILG they appreciate from the bill. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's very well said, Vice Chair Risa. But again, yung concern nga is whether September, that's already in 6 months' time, and we're going to pass the bill probably. It will be fully implemented with the rules, etc. by March, no? So you're talking about 5-6 months for the LGUs to do everything. I'm just wondering if that's enough time. What do you think,
Chair?
Secretary Charlie? Yeah.
Sir.
Majority Leader, go ahead as the sponsor. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick manifestation before we recognize Secretary
Yes, sir.
Galvez. We may need to, when I discussed this with the Governor Dax, we were looking at really the period of the emergency, state of emergency that we are now. But to be honest about it, Chairman, and alam po ni Secretary Galvez ito, baka ma-extend po ito ng mas matagal pa. The rate it's going, we probably might have to extend into mid-2022. Alam po ni Secretary Duque din po yan. So if that's the case, I'm open to amendments, Chairman, to extend it a bit longer. Or you could put wording to the effect that while the pandemic is ongoing, declared by the national government, etc., etc.
Yeah. Thank you. Secretary Charlie. Yeah.
Sir, Your Honor. Sir, Your Honor, I agree, sir, that the timing is so tight, and I believe considering that also it will also hinder the LGU to procure more, because considering that the possibility that the supply and demand will ease up during the middle of the year. So it's better that it could be extended maybe up to the end of the year, considering that the procurement process, it also includes the procurement of 2022.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, before I go to Vice Chair Aimee, I think one suggestion is to match the period of VAT exemption for vaccines under the CREATE bill, which will be signed into law fairly soon, which is the end of 2023, but that might be too far naman. So we'll solicit your comments on that period, no? Vice Chair Aimee, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, is it possible to exclude a time frame basta COVID vaccine? Pwede bang pahintulutan na lamang?
That's another possibility, yes. I think basta COVID-related.
Oo, basta COVID-related, kahit supply, syringes, vaccine, covered na natin yan. Kasi mahirap to, ang dami-daming delays sa production. Nakikita natin in Europe, in the US, delays in distribution, delays in inoculation. So, pagbigyan na lang natin, basta pangkalahatang blanket authority kapag COVID.
Well, that's one thing we can consider, no? Let's solicit the comments of the other agencies with respect to, kasi you're exempting them from the other national laws, but that's a possibility, no? Thank you, Vice Chair Aimee. Any other guests? We have let me see our list of
Mr. Chair.
We would have yes, Senator Risa.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Just to add another point to the yung pag-iisip natin tungkol sa timing, I would welcome more yung sinabi ni Sec Charlie about possibly extending the period of emergency to end of this year rather than, well, if we think conservatively, no, rather than all the way till mid-2022 para mahiwalay din siya sa eleksyon na parating. It will really aid, I think, the actual or perceived politicization of vaccination, or katulad nung naranasan nating so-called COVIDization of the health system, yung COVIDization pa ng election. So just to keep things simpler and well, yon mas magaan sa loob ng lahat ng stakeholders, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, valid point, Vice Chair Risa. You mean to say you're supporting a longer coverage period?
Actually, Mr. Chair, a shorter one. Yung pong
shorter.
sinabi ni Sec. Charlie na possibility of extending the period of emergency just till the end of the year rather than all the way to next year, Mr. Chair. Just thinking aloud about it po.
Right, for
Salamat,
sure, for
Mr.
sure.
Chair.
I understand your concern, Vice Chair Risa. I was wondering, because if we needed to extend that period, if we, as a practical matter, if we put the end of the period, December 31 of 2021, as you know, in an election year, Congress doesn't meet very much in the January of the following year. So if we needed to extend that period by force of necessity or by force of circumstance, baka mahirapan tayo. Yun lang I'm also thinking aloud without making a decision. I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah, Vice Chair Amy, you're also raising your hand.
Yes, without disagreeing with Senator Risa or with Chairman Sani, being that we're all thinking aloud and looking for the best alternatives. During several hearings, the many hearings that Secretary Galvez, Secretary Duque, the FDA heads, Dr. Domingo, and the rest have attended, they've said that 2021 will not complete the herd immunity percentages of 67%. As a result, I think it's important that we give as much leeway as we can to the LGUs and the private corporations to do their part. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, good point, Vice Chair Amy. Anyway, I'll be consulting the members and our resource persons as we go along before we finalize the bill, so we can come to a mutually agreeable time frame for that. I
Mr.
think
Chair?
that's a small detail. Yeah, Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Chair. Yeah, I'm getting questions from our friends in the media about what exactly are being exempted. So I guess for transparency's sake, we'd like to, number one, exempt them from the Procurement Act, of course, Republic Act on the procurement law, as well as this is Section 338 of Republic Act number 7160, which basically, correct me if I'm mistaken, Chairman, basically the lowest bidder. Diba, number one point there is that government should get the lowest bidder on these particular procurements. And it's very difficult at time because the vaccines hindi po lowest bid ito kasi minsan yung lowest bid hindi naman available. For example,
supply driven. The
AstraZeneca,
vaccine is supply driven. Yeah.
supply driven. Like for example, AstraZeneca, yan po pinakamura pero hindi po sila makabigay ng timeline kung kailan po sila makadeliver. So may mga bakuna naman available na medyo mas mahal ng konti pero readily available na by the second or early third quarter. At time is of the element dito, Your Honors. And I just want to stress why time is in the element. I want to put on record our deepest condolences. I just found out a few minutes ago that the father of my coach, coach po namin sa Philippine Arnis team, si General Rodolfo Garcia, had passed away.
That's right.
And he is
Condolences.
one of our colleagues in government service. Siya po ay head ng LRT. And he got COVID 2 weeks ago, and I'm sorry to hear that he died last night. And
There was a
his
super
son,
spreader. There was a super
Yeah.
spreader in the MRT.
in the
LRT.
MRT, and his son is my coach in the national team, so he's still sick with COVID, and the mother is still sick with COVID. So really, time is of the essence here. The importance of trying to bring in the vaccine as soon as possible, and I'm sorry to say that our procurement laws prevent us from doing so. And if we do push for it, baka kasuhan po ang mga LGUs ng COA at kung ano pang mga kasong itatapon sa kanila. Kawawa naman po ang ating mga LGUs. Maybe we can ask Governor Dax Cua to expound more on this kasi sila po ang beneficiary nitong batas na ito at para makagalaw po sila ng mas mabilis. May we recognize him, Senator?
Yes,
Chairman?
yes. Before that, I'd like to add to what you said. I expounded on very well. Yung the I think 9184 RA 9184 also doesn't allow for advance purchase, which is the practice with many of the vaccines. Yeah, Governor Dax, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Majority Leader. Very well put the issue at hand. He described it. Kakaiba po kasi talaga ang sitwasyon ngayon. It's a seller's market and understandable naman po, hindi naman tayo being taken for a ride or being taken advantage of kasi talagang the whole world is trying to grab stocks and vaccines for their constituents. So nakikipag-sabayan tayo. And there are features of the transaction that are not really acceptable if we strictly follow the auditing, the procurement laws. For example po, yung pong walang definite time frame, yung delivery, is not allowed under our laws. But understandable kasi nga yung supply chain nung pharma themselves are unpredictable because everybody's trying to produce vaccines as well. And also yung price also, since it's a not for profit, no profit, no loss transaction, the cost is medyo moving. It may move according to our contracts. It may move depending if the raw materials of the pharma will increase. But they will have to present some evidences if the prices will move. But that being the case, ang hirap niyan ipaliwanag sa COA, Mr. Chair, alam mo naman siguro yan. May strict rules sila, and therefore, hopefully, this legal cover can make it more flexible. And precisely po, very politicized ngayon ang ating bayan dahil elections are coming up in the following year. Therefore, yung mga LGUs, ang worry po natin, nag-iingat din po. So they want to serve their people, they want to buy, they want to take risks, but wag naman sana to the point na maalanganin at makasuhan. Yun lang naman po ang hinihinging cover. Thank you po, Mr. Chair and Majority Leader.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that summary, Governor. Senator Kiko, yes?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you,
Yes,
Senator.
yes. I think on the point raised earlier by Senator Miggs on the issue of the lowest price, that's precisely, I think, what will be addressed by Section 3, wherein the Government Procurement Policy Board will have to lay down, these procurement rules to include precisely the determination of perhaps the basis for the purchases in terms of price. It should be within market prices in terms of how to determine precisely which price is cost effective or beneficial. So it does not necessarily have to be the lowest price precisely, and it takes into consideration the volatility of the market given the supply. So dun siguro sa special procurement rules lalabas itong usapin ng anong presyo o anong prices, the range of prices that may be allowed in terms of, I understand this will be negotiated contracts, and there are also certain parameters within negotiated contracts are allowed.
That's correct. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you very
Chair.
much for that, Senator Kiko. Can we, since we're on the Vice Chair Risa, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a related point at related din po sa points na ni-raise ngayon lang ni GovDax. Kasi assuming that the drug manufacturers and their agents will allow LGUs to directly purchase COVID-19 vaccines, wouldn't it result in price differentials and price discrimination? The bill would require LGUs to disclose information, manufacturer, contract price, approved budget to the public. So how can we ensure that LGUs would get a better deal and maximize the value of their money or their fund? I recall also, Mr. Chair, na dun sa Universal Healthcare Law, merong dapat binuong price negotiation board. I don't think it's been formed yet, and I'm presuming na de facto yung IATF or yung NTF is functioning as a price negotiation board. But I also appreciate yung point na sinabi ni Yusek Densing kanina, yung kanilang proposed amendment to Section 3, giving the GPPB primacy in issuing rules regarding price. So, yung tanong ko lang po, Chair, how can we help ensure that LGUs will get the best deal for their money, for their funds, and with the protection, yung peace of mind na hindi sila makakasuhan because there are very clear rules that will be provided by our law, by this bill, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Vice Chair Risa. We'd like to acknowledge Minority Leader Frank Drilon. Morning, sir. Would you like to say anything off the bat, sir? Okay, anytime you can come in. Secretary Charlie, any response regarding the price discrimination issue?
Sir, I think that's the beauty of the tripartite agreement, wherein the government's the one negotiating on the price. Actually, sir, yan ang maganda sa kasi if we gather all the the requests of the LGUs, we made it in a bulk together with the orders of the volumes of the LGU, the government, and also with the private sector. By giving the bulk of the volumes, we can get the best price ever, so that we can bring down the price. We told the manufacturer, and we specifically told them that if the price that will be given to the government should be the price also to be given to the LGUs. So that's how we really manage that we can get the best price for them. And then it is the government that will negotiate on the best price for them.
Thank you, Secretary Charlie. Can we, since we talked about COA already, COA is here also represented by Attorney Fortunata Rubico. Can we acknowledge, is she here? Attorney Rubico. Ma'am, are you here? Yes. Can we hear the side of COA, please? Because there's an exemption from the auditing code also.
Yeah. Good morning, Senator Angara and the Committee on Finance, members of the Committee on Finance and all the guests. The chair informed me of this meeting and he already sent a reply that COA has no comment on the proposed bill. But following through the discussion, sir, similar to the law, the Bayanihan Act 2, COA issued an audit guideline. So probably after this this SB becomes law, then COA will also issue an audit guidelines for our auditors. So we follow through on the provisions of the law and the IRR, and then we'll issue the audit guidelines for our auditors.
Okay.
So,
Thank you very much, Attorney Rubico. Salamat po. Can we hear from DOST? We have the Philippine Council for Health Research and Development, represented by Dr. Jaime Montoya. Dr. Montoya, are you here? Dr. Montoya? Wala na po.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Morning
Good morning to the honorable senators. Can I read our position, our comments
please go ahead.
on the bill?
Hindi naman 1,000 pages yan, no? Mga a few pages lang. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much po. The Philippine Council for Health Research and Development fully supports the intent of the proposed legislation with the following comments for your consideration. First is a clear delineation between emergency use authorization and certificate of product registration issued by the FDA should be established in the proposed bill, the difference of which should be properly consulted with the Food and Drug Administration and the Department of Health, as there are circumstances associated with EUA which serves a reason why local government units at the moment cannot procure vaccines with only an EUA approval. Some of these are the following. EUA is not yet a full marketing approval. In normal circumstances, drug and vaccine development must finish phase 2 clinical trials before they can apply for full marketing approval. However, because there is a pandemic, national governments, through proper regulatory authorities like the FDA, may allow emergency use of products that are still in phase 3 clinical trials, provided that the interim or preliminary data show the benefits of using the said investigational product, outweighing the risk. People vaccinated with products under EUA should be monitored by the government, and vaccine developers that the government approved for EUA are not liable to provide indemnification for vaccinated people who will develop severe adverse reactions, as essentially the development of the product is not yet complete. When the vaccine under EUA is used for the government's vaccination program, it is then that the national government assumes the liability should there be people who will develop severe adverse reactions. In the international scenario and markets, vaccine developers usually do not engage with LGUs for supply of products that have not yet been finished clinical trials and/or are just under EUA use. They only do so usually if there is a special arrangement made through the national government and the vaccine developer agrees to do so. In relation to the points raised in number 1, the following should be clarified in the proposed bill: the role of the LGU in securing the doses, who would assume responsibility for indemnification if LGU will be allowed direct procurement of vaccines under EUA, and in relation to the first 2 points aforementioned, LGUs would also need to have the authority and funding for indemnification. It is recommended to include a stipulation emphasizing that LGUs will only be allowed to procure their own COVID-19 vaccines through a tripartite agreement with the national government and manufacturing companies. As the lead and members of the Task Group for Procurement and Finance under the COVID-19 vaccine cluster of the National Task Force Against COVID-19, the Department of Finance, the Department of Budget and Management, and the DOH should also assist with the formulation and issuance of special procurement rules for the effective implementation of the proposed bill. To expedite the procurement administration of COVID-19 vaccines, the following also may be considered: procurement through various mechanisms allowed under existing laws, such as bilateral, multilateral, other financial modalities, identify the other sources of funding, activate price negotiation boards subject to the health technology assessments cost-effective price, if applicable, and empower the Foreign Affairs Department to explore diplomatic channels to accelerate vaccine procurement. Thank you very much. We will be providing our official position po to the Honorable Senate. Thank you very much po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Montoya. That's an important point, I think, regarding the distinction between the FDA approved and the EUA. So you've raised that issue of safety, and you've also raised the issue of an indemnification fund. So maybe we can tackle those issues in turn. Majority Leader Miggs, and then next is Secretary Charlie on that issue. Yeah.
Maybe Secretary Galvez can go ahead, and after him myself, so that he can reply to the issue.
Sir, Your Honor, actually, sir, I'm
go afterwards. Yeah.
Now, just baka pwede kasing sagutin na rin ni Secretary Galvez if he will respond to the point raised earlier by
yes,
sir, I will know.
Yes, just 2 quick questions based on the earlier manifestation. One, how will this bill alter the current arrangement that LGUs can only purchase 50%, di ba, of the numbers that they are requiring? And 2, how will this bill alter the tripartite arrangement? Will it alter the tripartite arrangement? Because we're empowering LGUs to negotiate, di ba? So maybe Secretary Galvez.
Yeah, we can clear that up in the bill, no, Secretary Charlie? Kasi ang recommendation ni Dr. Montoya is to keep the tripartite arrangement, and you mentioned that also earlier. Secretary Charlie, go ahead.
Sir, I believe yung sir nga, we are communicating with your staff kasama sa indemnification. Actually, sir, tama po sir yun, yung recommendation. I support the recommendation of Dr. Montoya. Considering that this is an EUA, the private sector and also the LGU cannot directly communicate with the vaccine producer, because even the vaccine manufacturer do not really go directly to the LGU, considering that it is still an EUA. And I believe the provisions of that the tripartite agreement will be followed. It also provide also safety to the LGU that it is the government that will indemnify for any adverse effect. Secondly, Your Honor, it is also brought by Dr. Montoya the possibility of really putting some provisions on indemnification law, because Your Honor, the significant volumes given by the COVAX and also by the manufacturer can be hindered without this indemnification law. Actually ngayon, sir, supposed to be kung may indemnification law tayo, yung Pfizer baka February 12, nandito na po yun eh. Sa ngayon, manhihirapan kami na maano po yung WHO COVAX because there is I talked to Dr. Rabi. Sabi niya, for as long as we were not able to finalize the indemnification provisions and you don't have the indemnification law, the manufacturer is always because we have the challenge on Sanofi. The
Minority Leader, on this point, you're raising your hand, sir. Yeah.
Just on that point, is it a correct statement, Secretary Galvez, that the manufacturers would want the national government to be part of the agreement because if they are distributing this vaccine only under an emergency use authority, and therefore ordinarily the manufacturer would respond to claims for damages or whatever for the effects of the drugs they manufacture. But since in this particular case, they are being forced to distribute the vaccine only on the basis of the emergency use authorization, is it a correct situation that even if we authorize the LGUs to purchase, the manufacturers will not sell to the LGUs because of the indemnification issue? Can you respond to that, Secretary Galvez? Is that the correct statement?
Yes, sir. Because the LGU for them cannot handle that responsibility. It's only the national government that will have that authority to indemnify on any adverse event. That's why most of the manufacturers that we have negotiated, they will not have they cannot have a direct access with the LGU without the approval of the national government through a tripartite agreement, Your Honor.
And the approval of the NG of the national government in the tripartite agreement is made necessary because of the need of the manufacturer that they do not want to be responsible for any adverse effects of the drug because it is only on stage 3 and there is no commercial permit yet. And that is why they want to deal only with the national government being present because of that indemnification issue. So that no matter what bill we pass, if the manufacturer will not want to sell except through a tripartite agreement with the national government, the bill will not work. Would you agree with that, Secretary Galvez?
Yes, sir. That's why we need an indemnification clause in the law, considering that it will greatly affect the volumes that the manufacturer are willing to give to us. Particularly COVAX, they have said that the indemnification law to be passed by the Congress is very important to them because it will dramatically increase the volumes that can be given to us, particularly those very sensitive vaccines.
Yes. On the point of indemnification, may I address this to the chairman? Is right now there is the 2021 General Appropriations Act did not provide for any indemnification. In the first place, this was not considered when the National Expenditure Program...
It was not really an issue. It was not really an issue, Your Honor.
It was not an issue at the time. But here we are confronted with a situation of a need for an item in the budget. And, having gone through this before, I think the contingent fund is a correct fund from where the liabilities can be sourced insofar as indemnification is concerned. Precisely that's the purpose of the contingent funds. You do not know what
contingencies will arise.
Yes, contingencies will arise, like this one. And therefore, if we can, so that we do not have to go into issues like, is this an appropriation which would require certification as to the availability of fund? We can just include in the proposed authorization, or whatever you call it, a provision that the national budget, the contingent fund, or we can allocate an X amount of the contingent fund. We can how do you call this? Earmark a portion of the contingent fund
Yes, sir.
for indemnification. So the budget is there, the fund is there. We do not have to debate as to the amount. We just, since it is part of the contingent fund, the deficit is not an issue. Just earmark a portion of the contingent fund. That's our suggestion, Mr. President. Because right now there is no such authority. I agree.
Yes, that's a good suggestion, Minority Leader, and we'll solicit comments maybe from the Office of the President regarding that. I think they're the ones who handle that fund, and if they're okay with that, then let's put that in the bill. I think it's a very good suggestion because it will certainly put certainty in this issue of indemnification. But I'd like to pursue it further because there's the issue of the tripartite agreement and authorization and indemnification. And though they're very interrelated, I think we should tackle them perhaps for analytical purposes separately. Are the LGUs okay with being authorized but having to go through the tripartite agreement nonetheless? Can we ask Governor Dax?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sa akin po, but please feel free to consult our member leagues like the League of Provinces and the League of
They're here actually. Yeah. Oh, let's ask them. Shall we ask them? Oh, Sandra Paredes Director Paredes from the League of Provinces is here. The point of the bill nga kasi is to authorize you, but kung tama si Senator Dillon, sila Senator Kiko, kung hindi nga bibigay sa inyo, kung wala naman itong indemnification, wala naman no matter what bill we pass, kailangan nyo pa rin yung authorization ng national government. So, the national government seems willing naman to give it to you. So, yun ang tanong namin sa leagues going forward. Yeah. Is it on the same point para hindi tayo lumigo, Vice Chair Amy? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, exactly on the same point. Sandy of the League of Provinces and also Mayor Jerry Treñas, who's working with the city mayors. We've all discussed this with Presby Velasco as well as Dax Kua, and there's been an alternate suggestion that perhaps it would be easier both for the IATF, NTF, to simply sign the tripartite agreements with the leagues rather than every single LGU, which seems to be a very time-consuming and laborious effort. Yun yung suggestion nila, kung pwede yung presidente na lang ng liga. Yun yung isang suggestion.
Delegate the power to the president of the league to
yes, they will delegate na lang daw to the league president, and then they will be bound by that agreement.
Okay, that's one possibility. Governor Dax?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. There is that. There is also that opinion going around LGUs. But ako personally, Mr. Chair, I don't mind going with NTF and the DOH. Particularly nga po kasi meron pang issue on EUA. It would be a different matter if it already had the commercial registration. Then we'd be confident buying on our own, using our own funds. We don't even need exemption. The purpose lang po, that's why we're asking for your support for this bill, is because nakapirma na tayo, magpapalitan na ng pera, and yet hindi pa rin solid yung legal footing. That is a primordial concern of the LGUs as of today po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, understand.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I think we were the League of Provinces, and then after that we'll go to the League of Cities.
Chairman?
Mr. Chair?
Majority Leader, Majority Leader. Then Senator.
I was just waiting for my turn, but
sorry, I didn't see you. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. No, just to raise also the advantage of a tripartite agreement, we'd like to tell our colleagues that there's an advantage to that, particularly in pricing. Alam po ni Secretary Galvez yan. Pag yung national government po ang mag-negotiate ng price, pwede nilang babaan ng babaan. Because I've spoken to some manufacturers, particularly representing the Serum Institute of India, and our dear Secretary Galvez, has done a great job in bringing down the prices of the vaccines that will be coming from that institute. As a matter of fact, it's parang government to government na siya. They're asking for a trade particularly on the price. So they were telling me
The minority leaders making a face at you.
well,
But,
but this is face-to-face transaction with one particular, for example, for full transparency, nakausap ko po yung Covovax, which is Novovax. And they told me the instruction of Secretary Galvez is please bring it down as much as possible na wala sanang profit. That came from the lead representative of, I'm putting that on record. This is the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That's what he told me in our meeting. So there is good points there, because imagine if the LG of Bukidnon goes to a manufacturer, or the LG of Quirino goes to a manufacturer, and they say, oh, no, I'm sorry, because you need it right away. Our price is double of what the pricing government. Napakahirap niyan. That's why it's very important that the national government also comes in out of transparency to be able to bring down the price of these vaccines. So my experience when I spoke to several manufacturers is that our secretary in charge of vaccines, Secretary Galvez, and they put this on record because we were in a meeting together with our colleagues from the local government, had asked for the lowest price for these vaccines. Malaking advantage yan, because then government can claim that this is the price basically, and then we can work lower rather than higher. I think that is a way we could do it now. It's not, as you said earlier, this is emergency use authority. So napaka-unique nitong situation ito. Hindi po list price to, world market list price that we're dealing with other manufacturers. So there's an advantage to that, Chairman. What I'm saying is the tripartite agreement also has an advantage in terms of pricing.
yes, I agree. I agree, Majority Leader.
And as long as it's transparent, no, because I can see the face of my dear Minority Leader. Ayaw nga niya na. What is important here is there's no secrecy. The pricing is transparent. It is made known to public. Anyway, it is known all over the world in terms of more or less list price, no, for these emergency use authority vaccines.
What your bill provides is posting in a conspicuous area in the locality for the negotiated purchase.
Absolutely.
No? So if anyone wants to improve on that, the committees will welcome anything to that effect. Thank you, Majority Leader. Now can we hear from the leagues? Senator Nancy.
Hindi, kasi parang from the conversation, parang non-negotiable itong tripartite for as long as EUA tayo. Tama po ba?
Yeah.
Parang that's the sentiment I'm getting.
Seems to be the case in practice. Maybe not by law, but by practice, yes. So.
Yeah.
Yes, I think Secretary Galvez, Nancy, confirmed that unless the national government is involved, the manufacturer will not want to sign an agreement. And because of the fear of a liability, since it is only on an emergency use authority that the vaccine is being distributed, and therefore the manufacturers do not want to assume liability, because in effect they are being compelled after only stage 3 to distribute these vaccines. So ayaw nila nun. So we can draw on the advantages of a better price if we also go through the national government. But at bottom, we have no choice, because the manufacturer would not want to deal with the LGUs directly without the intervention of the NG of the national government, and that's principally because of the liability, which I am now proposing insofar as indemnification is concerned, that we earmark a portion of the contingent fund to answer for these liabilities, because this is really a contingent liability. Even if we place a budget, we do not know if there will be any indemnification that would come about, and it fits four square the root of a contingent liability provision. This is what a contingent liability appropriation is all about. Issues like this. Thank you, Nancy.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, let's let before I give it to Vice Risa, let Senator Nancy finish.
Yeah. But basing kasi dun sa statement ni Sen Ivy, parang there's a fear among the LGUs, baka yung pagkakaroon ng tripartite might delay in the procurement of the vaccines for the LGU. So parang on the other hand, may ganong sentimiento itong mga League of Provinces and League of Cities with having a tripartite agreement. So para I think yun yung isang kailangan hanapan ng parang win-win solution, baka doon magkaroon ng bottleneck dito sa tripartite agreement. Yun lang naman, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point made by both our senators. Vice Chair Risa, and then we'll turn it over finally to our league representative.
Clarify something here. Kasi yung isang key provision ng Senate Bill 2042 is that LGUs may directly purchase vaccines. Kaya earlier din sa discussion natin, akala ko we were coming up against parang prejudicial question na kung yung dominant framework pa rin is through tripartite agreement, paano mangyayari yung direct purchase? But it seems now it's being clarified na it seems to be accepted across the table na through the tripartite agreement na nga, especially because of the issue of indemnification. Although I also recall na Senate President Pro Temp Ralph suggested na there be an indemnification fund in the whole rollout of the vaccination program. And now we have this very concrete suggestion also of the Senate Minority Leader about a contingent liability. So just that clarification,
Yeah,
Mr.
thanks. Let's
Chair,
hear. Maybe let's hear from the league so we really know how they feel about
thank you, Mr.
these
Chair.
issues,
Right,
Vice Chair
thank you.
Risa.
Thank you.
Yeah, League of Provinces, Director Paredes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, we'd like to inform the committee that the League conducted a survey of all the 81 provinces. And of that survey, 32 provinces said that they are willing to procure vaccines. And the fact that the tripartite agreement is required and the advantages of which they have been explained to us by Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque during our Zoom meetings. So we don't see a problem po. Almost all those who replied yes, that they will procure, are willing to go through a tripartite agreement. In fact, in that survey, they said that they will allocate an aggregate amount of 3.36 billion of their local funds for this vaccine procurement, and from their component LGUs, an additional of 855 million, so a total of 4.2 billion. Hindi pa po kasama dito, Senator, yung sa mga highly urbanized cities, no? Separate po yun. Of the provinces, I think at least two have already signed the tripartite agreement, Governor Quirino and Governor Lacson. But the rest, wala pa pong tripartite agreements na signed. But as of this date, the League has authorized, the General Assembly of the League has authorized through a resolution our National President, Governor Velasco, to sign the non-disclosure agreement or the confidentiality agreement only. But with regard to the tripartite agreement, I think it is a COA regulation that the LGU themselves should be the ones to sign the tripartite agreement because it will be attached to their allotment nung kanilang local funds. So hindi po ang League, Senator Aimee, hindi po kami ang magsasign for and in behalf of the provinces ng tripartite agreement. It's only the NDA or the confidentiality agreement, ma'am. Kasi that will start.
Sandy, ang originally, i-delegate na lang kay Governor Presby, pero hindi pala pwede. Tama.
Opo, tinanong namin ng COA, dapat po yung LGU mismo ang magsasign. And so, so far we have signed, Governor Velasco has already signed 2 NDAs with AstraZeneca and with Gamaleya.
Siguro ang hihingi na lang natin, Sandy, kung paano mapabilis. Kasi binanggit ni Senator Binay na ang kinatatakutan ng mga LGU, sumobrang tagal naman yung red tape at papelada.
hindi po kami bibigyan ng copy ng tripartite agreement unless nakasign kami ng NDA. So kaya po kami na yung umako na mag-sign ng NDA para po mabigyan na yung aming mga governors ng tripartite agreement, because kahit si Gov Kua, yan, hindi kami mabigyan because of the confidentiality clause, Gov, di ba? So yun po ang problema ng kailangan mapabilis namin by signing the NDA for and in behalf of the 81 provinces, and then they will provide us with the tripartite agreement. That is the
Yeah, I have a
arrangement.
question, Sandra, no? Kasi merong transparency provision in Section 2 of the bill of Senator Zubiri, Majority Leader Zubiri, for disclosure of approved budget for the contract, name of the supplier, amount of contract. How does that, hindi magbabanggaan yun dun sa non-disclosure? There's no issue?
Wala po. Wala naman po dun sa yun lang pong hindi lang po kami makapag-release, hindi lang sila makapag-release sa amin ng tripartite agreement. But as of now, we don't have any idea what the tripartite agreement looks like.
And then, maybe we can ask Secretary Charlie, kasi may binanggit na non-disclosure si Sandy, Secretary Charlie. But the bill of the Majority Leader provides that certain details for sake of transparency must be provided. There's no conflict there?
Sir, I believe, sir, yung pinakaano lang naman ng NDA is wag i-release sa media or in public na sir, during time ng negotiation. And then
for negotiation, but once awarded, pwede na.
Yes.
May time lang po na pwedeng magkaroon ng tinatawag nating with consent. And then also pagka na-consummate na po yung contract, nagkaroon na po ng delivery, definitive na po yung delivery. That's the time na kasi hindi po sila makapag dahil kasi yung delivery, they might caught them unaware na nag-release sa media yung na ito yung delivery. Mape-pressure po yung national, and then it will create a lot of tinatawag nating pressure, unnecessary pressure on their part.
So, but there's no conflict with the provision, Secretary Charlie. Otherwise, we'll amend the provision accordingly.
Ang lang po natin, sir, kailangan po talaga mayroong timing na it will be closed to the public domain na meron pong kumbaga sa
Yeah, that's why I know. You're speaking in general terms, but I'm speaking in specific terms na. You look at the provision, it says that pagka na-award na, it must be posted in the conspicuous place, yung approved budget, name of the supplier, amount of contract, etc. So, is that the specific time you are talking about for disclosure?
Once na naging definitive na po yun, supply agreement, and also meron po, yes sir. Kasi meron pa po
basta clear tayo, Secretary. There's no conflict. Ang sinasabi mo, negotiation. Ang sinasabi nata ng bill is, am I correct, Majority Leader? It's when the contract is awarded, tama ba? Or when it's being negotiated? Itong Section 2.
We'll ask Governor Kua. Because the draft bill came from the league. Governor Dax.
Yeah, yung sa posting requirements. Is that during the negotiation stage, or is that during the award stage already?
Well, I believe that's already in the posting and award stage, Mr. Chair. But the negotiations happen before posting.
So walang conflict in your opinion with the NDAs?
No, I don't see.
Okay.
Well, I'm not.
Anyway, if it comes to the attention of any of our resource persons that there's a conflict, please inform the committee so we can amend the provision accordingly. Yun lang naman ang concern natin.
Mr.
So
Chair?
I'll go back to you. Yeah, Senator Nancy, related point because
related point. Because
yeah.
I think, di ba sinabi naman ni Secretary Galvez, once the supply agreement has been signed, I think they can already disclose it.
Yeah, that's right.
So
exactly. Exactly. That's why we're clarifying what the provision, what stage we're talking about.
So maybe during that point, dapat i-post na nila.
Yes, correct.
Mr. Chair, I agree with Senator Nancy kasi when you post during our old procurement law, original procurement law, you have to post several vaccines. For example,
yeah, that's for the bidding. That's for the bidding. The posting is for the bidding.
Yes. Yeah. Right now, when you post, it's already during the contract. When you finalize the contract,
you have perfected the contract already.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
okay.
correct.
That's clear. As long as we're clear on that. Yusek Densing, yeah.
Just quickly, the provision of Section 3 is addressed by Section 2 is addressed by Section 3. wherein the special procurement rules would have been drafted and issued by the GPPB in coordination with the DILG.
Okay, so whatever the rules provide, basta walang, we're just concerned that there is no conflict with any existing. Baka later on, there is a conflict between the law and the contract, and we will have a question of which will govern, etc., etc. We're just trying to make sure there are no wrinkles down the road. Thank you. We'll go back to the League of Provinces, Director Paredes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we can provide you, this committee, a copy of the survey if you would like.
Is it correct to say there are some? I spoke to some governors and they have no plans of buying any vaccines.
Yes,
because they don't want to be blamed at all for if anything happens.
Yes, Mr. Chair, most of the provincial governors would like to just wait for the national government to be the one to procure for them. Kasi inassure naman po kami ni Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque na national government will provide. So it's just that the other governors are they also want
proactive. They're proactive.
They want to be, and they want to help the national government as well. And it's also on the kind of vaccine to be purchased. Ito po yung sinabi nila sa amin sa meeting. Gusto po ng mga gobernador ay mura, affordable, number one, available yung supply, and three, yung efficacy niya is mataas.
Right.
So, and the refrigeration requirements are minimal. So,
could you furnish us, Director Sandra, the survey so we can share it with our members? I'm sure our senators would like to know what are the sentiments of the local governments.
Yes, but the amounts that they place there, yun lang po yung kaya nilang i-allocate, no? It's not even, I don't think it will even reach 50% of their requirements. So,
okay,
yes,
thank
we
you.
will provide po. Isa na lang po, Mr. Senator. Meron pong ni-raise si Governor Art Yap dun sa meeting with Secretary Galvez and Secretary Duque. Yun pong sanang mabigyan ng LGUs ng leeway once they procure the vaccines. They also want some leeway as to how they would prioritize the allocation or the vaccination. For example, for Governor Art Yap, he wants to prioritize his workforce because he wants to jumpstart his economy, local economy. So para po makapagtrabaho na yung mga nasa labor sector niya, yun po yung wala kasi sa priority list yun. So yun po yung request lang po ng ating mga governors.
I think may guidelines ang national government dyan, di ba? Who to prioritize.
Meron po, pero
yes.
dapat po sumunod daw kami doon.
Yes.
Minority Leader. Yeah.
Yes. This is a policy issue. If you've used the funds of the local government for inoculation, certainly the local executives under the local code would want to have their own prioritization. But the unspoken fear is politics intervening in the prioritization. Yan ang danger dyan eh. But as a legal proposition, if you use LGU funds, you cannot tell them, unahin mo muna ito. Because that's interference with the disposition of the funds, which the Supreme Court has struck down. Now, the issue of the use of these funds for political purposes is something else that is an issue with the ombudsman rather than the law.
Okay. Yeah. Good point. Good point. Senator Frank. Yeah, we'll can you wrap up, Director Sandra, so we can go to other resource persons, please?
Yes, so I think that's about it. So we fully support the bill, also the Senate Bill 1988 filed by Senator Aimee and her resolution as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. League of Cities is also represented by Ms. Janelle Rabe, League of Cities. Yeah, Senator Riza, Vice Chair Riza.
Salamat, Chair. Just before we move to the League of Cities, related to the point raised previously, how will national government replan in terms of the original roadmap and even deployment plan in consideration of the LGUs who will opt to purchase COVID-19 vaccines directly? And in terms of LGUs who may have different or slightly different prioritization for target vaccinees. Actually, we'll all be approaching the same desired end goal, but maybe from different directions. So how will national government replan the roadmap as we go along, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, that's quite a general question. You think maybe we can, what do you mean by that, replan? Yeah.
Kasi po, halimbawa ngayon may prioritization based on the WHO priority sectors. It's adopted by DOH and the NTF. Pero in that example, for example, Bohol and other provinces na baka may ibang sequence of prioritizations, paano i-adapt, i-evolve ng NTF yung roadmap as we go along, Mr. Chair. If it's a general question, but still I'd like to place it on the table for the hearing. Kahit sa
I'd just like to, as a matter of orderly procedure, I'd just like to hear a lot of resource persons are waiting to speak to our members. So maybe we can give them a
Mr.
chance.
Chair.
Just like in the budget, we give the senators a chance to speak, then we give it to the resource persons, then we go back to the senators for their questions. Kasi if we interject for every resource person, di tayo matapos dito di ba?
So just to put it on the table, Mr. Chair, for towards the end of the hearing.
Yeah, okay. Sige. No, let's ask it now since you've asked it. Let's ask Secretary Charlie if he has anything for that. But my request to the members is we reserve our questions until everyone has spoken, has given their first, so everyone gets a chance to speak. Yeah, Secretary Charlie. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
Sir, actually, sir, we are already having an integration of the master list based on the master list being provided by the DOH and also with the SAGE, WH SAGE. Basically, sir, ma'am, your honors, ano po natin talaga, as a general rule, for example, sa LGU, sa prioritization natin pa rin, sir, kasi ang ano pa rin natin, ang moral obligation pa rin natin is to preserve the healthcare institution and also the government institution. And then later, pagka natapos na po yun, that's the time that we can have yung tinatawag natin economic frontliners. Our moral obligation is really, it is a moral obligation for us to first inoculate those who are extremely vulnerable to the disease, which is our healthcare workers. And at the same time, those who are very vulnerable to for death and severe cases like the seniors and also. So ang arrangement natin sa LG po, sir, which is most of them agreed, na talagang kung meron pong mga priority sector ang national government na hindi pa na-inoculate, they have to inoculate them first, and then later yung projected nila na priority na, that's the time that they can proceed with the other frontliners. Yun lang po kasi ang inapunan natin is to preserve the healthcare institution at the same time to reduce the vulnerability of those people who are exposed to the disease.
Mr. Chairman.
Is that satisfy Senator Riza, Vice Chair Riza?
Mr. Chairman.
Satisfied with the response of...
Yes, salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. Yusek Densing, is it on the subject? Again, I already said we'd
Chair,
like to hear the other resource persons.
Yeah, it is our understanding that when the local governments procure or intend to procure and sign the tripartite agreement, part of the agreement is really to follow the priority sectors as defined by the National Vaccination Program. So in other words, if they want to procure, susunod rin sila sa priority sector. So no choice din po sila. And I think this was also mentioned and disclosed during the Senate as a whole hearing, Mr. Chair. So ganun din po. So no replanning needed for purposes of priority sectors.
I see the minority leader is laughing. Baka he shares a different opinion. Anyway, we'll go to, just for the information of the body, we still have to hear from the LCP, the LMP, League of Municipalities, ZWILIG, Philippine Medical Association, AstraZeneca, Unilab, Dr. Dance. So if we could let them speak, then we go to our questions with your indulgence, Your Honors. League of Cities, Ms. Janelle Rabe, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the League of Cities of the Philippines, I'd just like to express that we are still finalizing our official position paper, but we would like to express our gratitude, of course, to the national government agencies, particularly Secretary Galvez, FDA Director General Domingo, and the Co-Chairman Aguilar for meeting with cities in the past few weeks regarding our concerns. We will pass our official position paper as well as our resolution I will ask our principals, but as soon as possible.
Just for your information, Janelle, we want to finalize the committee report by early next week. So as time is of the essence, and I know the House is also rushing this. So just to let you know, so we can synchronize on the timelines.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we recognize the urgency, especially with the February 24 deadline fast approaches. Rest assured that we will submit our position paper at the soonest possible time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Rabe. League of LMP, Attorney Mary Ann De Vera, please. Attorney Mary Ann De Vera. LMP, not interested, not present, not purchasing anything, 1,500 municipalities. If not, LMP is not here, we'll go to Zuilig, Ms. Janet Jacosalem. Are you here, Ms. Janet? I think I saw
Yes,
you.
Your Honor. I'm here. Good afternoon.
Hi. Hey. Good afternoon. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Your Honor, I'd like to give our statement
Sure.
to the topic.
Yes, please.
Yeah, magandang hapon ho sa inyong lahat. Your Honors, Cabinet Secretaries, Galvez, Duque, Dizon, and everyone on the call, a very good afternoon to all of you. We thank the Honorable Senate Committee on Finance for inviting us to this hearing. As previously directed, we have submitted our position paper, which I will try to summarize in this opening statement. Zulig Pharma continues to support and join the government's efforts to meet the challenges of COVID-19, including finding speedy and effective ways for Filipinos to get vaccinated. In that regard, we do agree that conceptually exempting the local government units from procurement laws as proposed by Senate Bill number 2042 could simplify and expedite the contractual processes, and we entrust this to the wisdom of our legislators. If Zulig Pharma may respectfully just add, as a member of the private sector, we observe that this national emergency has made our country adopt systemic changes to address the exigencies brought about by the pandemic. This included the passage of laws such as Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2, which both provided temporary exemptions from procurement requirements. And Senate Bill number 42 seeks to extend a similar exemption to the LGUs. However, taking a step back, this raised certain questions, such as, why were such legislations necessary in the first place? Can Filipinos truly afford to wait for the state to pass laws granting limited exemptions every time an emergency arises? Zulig Pharma humbly submits that the acquisition issues faced by the government during a crisis is part of a larger context, which is the country's public procurement system. Zulig Pharma understands that these matters are very complex, and a solution will require inputs from different levels of government, the private sector, and from many other stakeholders. However, our experience during this national emergency has brought to the forefront that there is a need to be more effective in achieving a balance between allowing the government to expeditiously secure goods and services to address the people's needs in a timely manner, ensuring that bidders, suppliers, or contractors have the capacity and competency to provide such goods and services, and all under commercial terms that are fair and transparent. While the following are not complete solutions, these are points that may be worth considering by, of course, the Honorable Committee for future legislations regarding procurement. One, it would be ideal to have central oversight and coordination by public acquisitions of goods and services that will be delivered and implemented across the country. In our view, this will contribute to the efficient movement of goods and the accurate tracking of supplies. This is particularly relevant in national efforts to combat widespread conditions such as COVID-19. Thus, while LGUs may directly procure COVID-19 vaccines, it would be good to have a central coordinating body to monitor shipments and stocks to mitigate against wastage and shortages. Second po, digitize the procurement and billing process. The pandemic has highlighted the need for quick response and action by the government. Thus, we believe that incorporating new technologies or platforms in the procurement and billing processes could assist in improving the timeliness of delivering needed goods and services. There have been instances where the requirement of producing paper copies or presenting original documents have hindered the transfer of goods or other parts of the supply chain and have also potentially increased the cost to serve. Allowing a digitized or electronic process may address all these. Third, remove the prohibition against one entity making multiple bids or submissions. The country's experience during this crisis has shown that there could be more than one solution to a problem. Thus, the government may benefit if the various options available were presented to it, even if it is offered by the same bidder. This would give the government more flexibility in finding goods and services that fits its specific parameters. On the other hand, retaining this restriction unduly deprives the government of choices or alternatives since it forces bidders to offer only one product or service when it could have others in its portfolio that the government may find better suited for its needs. Again po, these are just aspects that may be worth examining by this honorable body. In due time, after the emergency of the COVID-19 pandemic has been met, the state could take stock and perhaps revisit the Government Procurement Reform Act and related laws in light of what we have experienced during this national crisis. In the meantime, Zulig Pharma understands the immense tasks that our government, including the LGUs, are facing today. These are certainly requiring the focus and cooperation of everyone in the public and the private sectors. We continue to believe that with sufficient planning and everyone working together, our country will weather these difficult times and successfully meet those challenges. Thank you for the opportunity, Your Honors. Magandang hapon ho ulit.
Thank you for those thoughtful responses, Ms. Aposalem. We'll certainly pursue that, I think, in the coming months after we overcome the emergency. Thank you very much. Attorney Dave Escalona of Unilab is here. Is he here? Attorney Escalona, yeah. Yeah, good morning. Good afternoon, sir. Please go ahead. Yeah. I think you're on mute, sir. I think you're on mute.
Good afternoon, Senator Angara and the other senators. We're sorry that we don't have any position paper now. We received the invitation early this morning.
Apologies, yeah.
Yeah, but just some comments, if we may. While Unilab does not intend to supply the government, so we're only looking at the private market, not the government. But just to be part of the discussion and to support the bill to allow the LGUs to expedite, just like to raise maybe some concerns or some questions. The bill now on Section 2 allows purchases of COVID-19 vaccines that are registered with the FDU with an EUA. So from an operational standpoint, the question might be, can a local government actually start negotiating and signing contracts even prior to the issuance of the EUA? Of course, without any payment, without any payment, and always subject to the issuance of the EUA. We raise this because you'll have some scenarios where the EUA is still in process and the allocation is already, with a limited supply globally. So just a question. The other one is there was a discussion earlier on the manufacturers not wanting to directly deal because of liability. I'm not sure, but I think in some countries they actually passed federal or state COVID-19 liability protection for manufacturers and healthcare facilities when it comes to COVID-19, given the pandemic. This might be something that might be considered. And a third question, although not on the bill, and we may be missing it on something, but we understand that under Bayanihan Act 2 or the RA 11494 Section 12, which waives the requirement on phase 4 and allows private procurement. Are we correct that there's actually a deadline of this effectivity, which is 3 months from December 19, 2020? And we just wanted to inquire if there will be it's already a bill to actually extend this, because that will be already on March 19, 2020. Thank you for this opportunity, Senator.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Attorney Dave. Those are great questions. On the third, yeah, I see Senator Pia actually was concerned about that because that's her amendment, no? So I think if we don't include it here, then we'll have to pass a bill before that March 19 deadline comes, which, as you said, is close already. And the second is the indemnification passed by local government authorities in other countries. I don't know if the local government authorities are willing to do that, no? And on the first is whether you can enter into contracts pending the issuance of the EUA and the FDA. I think pwede. Basta it would be a suspensive or a resolutory condition of the contract. Kapag hindi nakuha, hindi valid yung di ba? The contract will not push through. I think that's my very amateur opinion as a lawyer. Senator Drilon which has the better legal mind. We'll consult him later. See, thanks again, Attorney Escalona. No? Dr. Atienza is here from the Philippine Medical Association.
Good afternoon from the Philippine Medical Association. We in the Philippine Medical Association definitely have different views and apprehensions towards this bill because of the prime objective of protecting all our patients, our community. As we reflect, our objectives are aligned with the common good we support, as well as long as we will assure that the care we support you, as well as long as we will assure of the care and proper dissemination of information and crucial processes of vaccination should also be highly recommended to include the medical practitioner. We also agree with the time limitation of the bill, possibly po up to this year. We recommend also the close monitoring of the government on adverse reaction under these EUA vaccine mechanisms. We promise our doctors are willing to help the community in the dissemination, actual vaccination, monitoring, and surveillance of our patients. We appreciate all your help in the government, and we will follow this up with more recommendation after this meeting po.
Thank you.
Salamat po.
Salamat, Dr. Atienza, for the PMA. Dr. Dance is here, Atonia Dance, representing the Health Professionals Alliance Against COVID-19. Dr. Dance, thank you for joining us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Your Honors, and good afternoon to all the honorable senators and cabinet secretaries. Thank you for allowing us to speak this afternoon. I'm going to be presenting the position statement. It's just a page and a half.
Please go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Of the Healthcare Professional Alliance Against COVID-19. We're a loose association of 150 healthcare professional organizations, including doctors, nurses, midwives, pharmacists, medical technologists, and other professionals. Our statement po is premised on the provision of SB 2042, which allows direct purchase. So yun po yung word and which also takes effect immediately during emergency use authorization. That's what immediately will imply before a certificate of product registration or marketing authorization is issued. So this is the statement po. The Healthcare Professionals Alliance Against COVID-19 strongly opposes the passage of SB 2042, which expedites the purchase of vaccines against COVID-19 by exempting local government units from procurement laws. We oppose this bill because allowing local government units or even private corporations to purchase directly from manufacturers will cause three big problems. Number one, it will bypass the required recommendation of leading experts in health technology assessment, and I'll explain this later. Two, it will lead to maldistribution of vaccines based on capacity to pay rather than based on need. And number three, it can potentially increase the cost of the vaccines, as was pointed out earlier. We detail these arguments po. The first is that SB 2042 will bypass the required recommendation of leading experts in HTA, or health technology assessment. While the EUA is given to COVID-19 vaccines that show favorable preliminary results, and today we have two, scientists constantly monitor rapidly changing evidence. In the past year, a new study on COVID-19 has come out every 3 minutes. Never has science seen such an explosion of information. This means that the balance between benefit, harm, and cost may shift very quickly, even overnight. And to evaluate the benefits against risks, complex skills are required in assessing not just efficacy and price, which is what most people discuss for, but also cost effectiveness, budget impact, feasibility, applicability to the Filipino population, and acceptability to our people. The UHC law puts the mandate to review this science on the shoulders of skilled scientists of the Independent Health Technology Assessment Council. So this is a very complex task. Ano po yan, eh? It's at least a master's degree to be able to conduct health technology assessment. So passing recommendations of this council will expose the people to the possible dangers of inappropriate technology, and may make local policymakers liable for wrong decisions. HTAC protects not just patients, it also protects policymakers. Number two, SB 2042 will lead to maldistribution of vaccines based on capacity to pay. The EUA issued by FDA is based on the declaration of a national emergency. The COVID-19 pandemic is not a local problem. Similarly, vaccines are not a local resource. Prioritization and distribution requires centralized orchestration. This requirement is even more intense when supplies are inadequate, as is the case with the COVID-19 vaccines. When LGUs and corporations are allowed to procure on their own, then priorities will be defined by capacity to pay rather than need for the vaccine. Kasi po, there are LGUs and corporations that cannot afford, and those that can. If this were to happen, we would not be able to achieve the twin goals of the vaccination program, which is reduction in mortality and maintenance of healthcare capacity. Third and last, allowing LGUs to directly purchase from sellers or manufacturers will escalate vaccine prices because the country will lose the scale or volume that one buyer has. At the same time, central government's monopsony power as a single buyer is also diminished, likewise resulting in higher prices. We point out po in this statement that the national government has offered to pay for most of the country's vaccine needs, and we need to rationalize rather than duplicate the use of these funds. Between 30 to 50% of the cost of immunization programs is due to implementation, not vaccine vial cost. So LGUs need to make sure they are able to cover this counterpart cost, which includes profiling, data cleanup of recipient lists, hiring vaccinators, training them, conducting simulations, transporting patients, securing supplies, assuring cold chain logistics, implementing digital surveillance, which was also mentioned, and more. So LGUs have a huge and ever important role in implementing the vaccine program. But we believe that procuring vaccines is not one of those roles. To end, allow us to say that the biggest tragedy in the international vaccination program is the injustice, which is occurring all around us. According to the World Health Organization, of nearly 200 million people who have been vaccinated around the world, 75% belong to only 10 rich countries. Meanwhile, 130 countries, mostly low and middle income countries or low income countries, 130 have not vaccinated a single person. We believe that we can aggravate this inequity by doing exactly the same thing locally, distributing according to geography and capacity to pay. When this happens, we all suffer po, not just those whom we push to the end of the queue. Mortality will continue unabated, perhaps even increasing. The health system will be overwhelmed, and the lockdown will persist, pushing our country deeper into economic ruins. We consider vaccines as life vests. They are our life vests in a sinking ship. We need to use them well and distribute fairly and wisely. Sama-sama lang po tayong makakaahon sa pandemyang ito. Maraming salamat po from the Healthcare Professionals Alliance Against COVID-19.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dance. You certainly raised some alternative viewpoints that maybe we can tackle going forward. Can we
get a copy of that, Sunny? Can this committee and the members be given a copy of the paper delivered by Dr. Tony?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes, certainly.
It was just vetted by the group po, and we will submit it now after the session. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Can you edit it so Minority Leader won't ask difficult questions when we sponsor the bill, please? Can you take out the difficult portions?
Papa-edit ko po sa kanya.
joke lang. Can we hear from Mr. Sepulveda of AstraZeneca? Thank you, Dr. Dance. Yeah.
Our pleasure po to help. Thank you.
Salamat po. Mr. Sepulveda, are you here?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, good afternoon.
Yeah,
I'd like to give the floor to our internal legal and compliance officer, Attorney Mamel Labayan, to read our
yes, I see her. Yeah,
statement.
Ms. Labayan, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, I would like
please.
to
Thank
read
you.
our short statement.
Salamat po.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Angara, and our authors, Senators Zubiri and Senator Marcos, and to the other honorable members of this esteemed committee, Secretaries Galvez and Duque, and all other resource persons today, good afternoon.
Pinas ko ang papadala.
We thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to participate in the discussion of this urgent legislation. By way of introduction, AstraZeneca is among the leading biopharmaceutical companies in the world and in the Philippines. We are known for our research and development programs and innovative medicines in several therapeutic areas, including asthma, cancer, cardiovascular, and diabetes. In response to the unprecedented challenges of this pandemic, we leveraged on our research and development expertise and partnerships to find solutions to the COVID-19 pandemic. This led to the landmark partnership with the University of Oxford for the global development, production, and supply of our vaccine AZD1222, and the commitment to supplying this to as many countries as possible. Our company is deeply committed to this partnership for broad and equitable access to the vaccine at no profit during the pandemic. Our supply strategy has been based on initial supply distributed equitably through COVAX, complemented by additional supply made available through direct agreements across the globe. For the Philippines, 5.5 million doses of this vaccine will be made available through COVAX starting Q1. Additionally, AstraZeneca has direct supply agreements for 17 million doses in partnership with the Department of Health, which have been made possible through the tireless efforts of Secretary Galvez. These direct supply agreements are tripartite agreements between the national government, AstraZeneca, and the private sector or local government units to ensure that distribution of the vaccines is aligned to the principles of prioritized allocation as determined by the National Task Force for COVID and the Department of Health. It is our view that this framework protects prioritization of vulnerable sectors and mitigates against the risk of privileged access and commercial selling. And in the context of our emergency use authorization, affords us access to the governance granted by the DOH. The tripartite agreement is built on the same principles that by now underpin our supply agreements with dozens of other countries in the world and pave the way for a shared investment between the parties in the Philippines to secure millions of doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine for Filipino patients. We therefore support this measure, Your Honors, initiated by this committee to bolster the bayanihan efforts of our local government units in procuring much-needed supplies against COVID-19. As the emergency use authorization holder of the COVID-19 vaccine AstraZeneca, we are committed to provide the same AstraZeneca brand of high-quality standards for all our products. AstraZeneca will continue to make sure to leave no stone unturned in creating supply opportunity for the Philippines in the future in aid of our vaccination strategy. Once again, we thank you for giving us this platform to contribute to the efforts of this committee. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Ms. Lubayan and Mr. Sepulveda from AstraZeneca. We have a few more resource persons. NEDA Assistant Director Cynthia Villena is here. Director Villena, Assistant Director Villena, are you here?
Yes,
Director
Your
Villena.
Honor. Good afternoon.
Yes. Go ahead,
We would just like to say that we have no objection to the Senate bill.
Okay.
Primarily because it will contribute in expediting the implementation of the vaccination program, a major intervention to contain, prevent, and eliminate the threat of the pandemic, and consequently facilitate social and economic recovery. That will be all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Villena. We also have GPPB, Government Procurement Policy Board Executive Director Attorney Ruiz with us. Attorney Ruiz.
Good afternoon,
Go ahead, ma'am. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon, and to all the other members of the committee. We thank you first for giving us opportunity to be present in this afternoon's meeting. At the same time, I wish to manifest the support of the GPPB as well as its technical support office in the passage of this bill. In fact, that is why we've already sent our comments already for consideration of the Honorable Committee. I just wanted to make some manifestations as well, Madam, Mr. Chair, if you'd allow me.
Yes, please.
To the procurement law and the rules. As early as March of last year, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, the GPPB and the Commission on Audit issued a joint memorandum circular effectively authorizing procuring entities to use emergency procurement, not public bidding po, with regards to the procurement of COVID-19 items. This was also complemented by what we call an anticipatory opinion issued by the Technical Support Office, guiding the procuring entities on how to conduct emergency procurement, as well as many other issuances, Mr. Chair, that have streamlined emergency procurement, not only for COVID, but for all other emergency procurement in the country. That is why we really do appreciate the opportunity to be able to be present here today. At the same time, in the bill, it's provided that the GPPB, well, it was earlier suggested that it should be the GPPB to issue the special rules in coordination, not only with, I suppose, the ILG, but all other related agencies, particularly the task force on COVID. That is why we wish to be clarified what specific provision po ng 9184 that the bill intends to exempt LGUs from, because the way I understand it po, it's only covers advance payment, which actually is a provision of our auditing code. We only follow our auditing code when it comes to advance payment.
But I think you're limited. Sorry to interrupt, ma'am, no? But aren't under 9184, aren't you limited to 15% of the contract amount for advance payment?
No, sir, it's not under RA 9184. We follow po the auditing code and the existing authorization po coming from the President under Memorandum Circular 172, Series of 2005 is 15% advance payment. Wala po nakalagay na provision sa procurement law on advance payment.
So could you repeat that? That's under the auditing code and the...
It's under Section 88 po of the auditing code that requires po as a rule no advance payment except upon authority of the President. That is why po we have the Memorandum Order 172 Series of 2005 that where the president authorized the use of advance payment up to 15%. And if you would recall, Mr. Chair, during the under the Bayanihan 1, the GPP recommended to increase the advance
30
payment
to 30, no?
30.
Yeah.
That is based on our consultation with the suppliers at the time.
I think they're asking for up to 50. So definitely we need an exemption, di ba? Pag ganon, pag 50.
Yes, Your Honor, that would therefore be covered by the issuance of the president. And incidentally, allow me to mention that there's already a draft memorandum order from the Office of the President authorizing po an increase in the advance payment for the procurement of vaccines. That is why po we wanted to be clarified to guide the board and the TSO on the special rules to be issued in exempting the local government units, because what was mentioned for earlier on the lowest bidder, this is only applicable for public bidding. And as I've mentioned earlier, we are talking about emergency procurement po when it comes to COVID, hindi po public bidding. Also earlier, I heard Governor Kua mention provision on specific timeline. This is again for public bidding po as a requirement in our standard bidding documents, which will not be used when it comes to emergency procurement. For the information na rin po of everybody, when we talk about emergency procurement, this is not limited only to a state of calamity. It's applicable when time is of the essence for procuring entities would need to respond in order to restore public services, prevent loss of damage to life and property. Under emergency procurement, we allow for direct negotiation po to the supplier, thinking only the best interest of the government in hand when it comes to the negotiation. That's why it is imperative po for the GPPB and its technical support office to be guided po by this committee and the task force on what specific rules po ba the task force and perhaps the LGUs would need for us to issue to allow and enable them to effectively and with expediency procure po the vaccines.
Attorney, just to clarify, you're saying there's no need for this bill because under current rules, it's already allowed to procure up to 50% with advance payment, etc.
Mr. Chair, let me clarify. Under existing rules, it's 15% under Memorandum Order 172. There is a draft Memorandum Order.
Draft pa lang, hindi pa siya ano,
Yes.
draft pa lang. I see.
Yes, Your Honor. Memorandum Order from the Office of the President right now, pursuant to Section 88.
So it's a draft. It's a draft. It's not actually enforced yet.
Not yet. Your
Okay. Any comment, Governor Kua? On what the GPPB has said.
Thank you, Senator Gaya. Yes. Well, if the GPPB says that everything is authorized under the ambit of the negotiated mode of procurement, and there will be no issues as regarding the entire tripartite agreement, then we subscribe to the experts kasi sila gumagawa po ng policy. But parang ang worry kasi there are many features of the agreement like may cost reimbursement in the event that the supplier encounters additional supply chain costs along the way kasi not for profit sila, so they cannot absorb any of that increase, so they have to reimburse with the LGU. So those things, I don't know if GPPB will issue an opinion that those things are allowed, and if so, then we will also accept that remedy, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, see, Majority Leader is raising his hand. Before I turn it over to you, Attorney Ruiz, I'll get the Majority Leader. He's the sponsor. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But we still, I think, to be on the safe side, we still need a blanket sort of like law protecting our LGUs. Because actually, after I heard the statements of our GPPB executive, ngayon ko lang nalaman na may mga circulars na ganyan.
Yeah. At draft lang, yung isa draft lang, boss.
Oo nga. Baka naman sa ibang agency meron pa na circulars that prevent them to do so. So, di ba, then they may be the cases might be filed against these other, baka the cases might be filed against them on other draft or other memorandums by other agencies. So napakahirap because we just found out that there's actually that memorandum from the GPPB. So kaya napaka-importante, Mr. Chairman, that we come up with a law just for the pandemic, just for these COVID-19 vaccines, for the situation that we are in now, to allow the LGUs to be able to freely move, under, of course, the guidelines of our laws and government IATF rules. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Yusek Dancing. Then I'll go to Sec Charlie, then back to Attorney Luis. Yusek Dancing, go ahead, sir. Yusek Dancing.
Yeah, sir, good afternoon. I have two major areas, and again, we mentioned this during the Senate hearing as a whole. One item that may need legislation is that the time period of delivery. In this case kasi, Mr. Chair, pwedeng sabihin kasi ni supplier whether this is bidding or negotiate, sabihin niya i-deliver niya ng June. Then nagkaroon ng shortage, sasabihin ni supplier, di ko pala ma-deliver ng June, gawin na natin August, May. They cannot really specifically mention. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, ang delivery sa local government, even sa national government, sinasabi nila by quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, hindi talaga very specific. So yun yung pong una. Yung pangalawa po, but this is subject to confirmation, but came out in our meetings during the vaccine cluster. No? Kasi meron yatang, but again, this is subject to confirmation, Mr. Chair. May possibility kasi na pwede sabihin ng supplier, bayaran mo na lahat ito, magdi-deliver na ako. Kasi kung hindi ka makaka-deliver, makakabayad 100%, hanggang dito lang munang, in other words, nagre-require sila ng full payment even prior to full delivery. That's something possible. Again, that can happen because of this global supply shortage. So again, that also may require legislation unless
the bill only provides for 50% advance payment, Yusek Dancing, FYI. Yeah, it only provides for 50%. Yeah, Sec Charlie.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, we met with our lawyers yung sa vaccine cluster pertaining yung remedy nga po natin sa mga LGUs because according to the LGUs talagang they need their protection. Yeah. And we saw that talaga a memorandum order can also protect the LGUs. But many of our lawyers also said that there should be a legal from the Congress that will fully cover yung other provisions because yung nag-usap-usap nga kami sa ng mga lawyers namin, meron silang differing contentions.
Opinions. That's not a surprise with lawyers.
Yes, sir. At saka sir talagang kasi yung local government code parang yun ang parang pinaka motherhood statement that we cannot make an advance payment. So with that, ang sir namin to remedy yung immediate sir nito, nag-draft po kami through SDS, through the OP, yung memorandum order supporting yung advance commitment po ng LGU. And I believe inano po nga po namin na we want to expedite that so that the advance payment of AstraZeneca can be fully kasi nakita po namin ang pinaka medyo concern namin dito is yung AstraZeneca will be having our down payment sa 24 but definitely dapat this week lumabas na po yung EO because there is many documentary requirement but for us sa LTF sir we need yung talagang legal procedure from the Congress so that yung all aspect kasi yung advanced market commitment is a new model po sir. It's a new model. It is not being covered by our laws. So yung advanced market commitment has a lot of provisions contrary to our medyo parang onerous sir. But if you will not you will not sign the advanced market commitment.
What exactly are you referring to by advanced market commitment? Can you specify?
Advanced market commitment po sir, nahado po sir, no refund yung iba. Kung magkaroon po na kasi this is an investment risk. So considering that investment risk, there will be no refund just in case that the vaccine will become a failure. So with that, hindi po protected yung ating alam po natin kasi takot din po yung LGU na magkaroon ng political backlash, lalo na po ngayon, malapit ng election. And later, po sir, baka mamaya magkaroon po ng differing opinions on this advanced market commitment. So Considering that mass market commitment model is a new model, procurement model, being espoused by the global pandemic, we need a new law na talaga can cover our LGUs po, sir. Yun po lang po namin. But I believe to protect our LGU for now, for as a Seneca, kailangan po namin talaga ng immediate yung EO, which is also can cover the LGU temporarily.
Thank you, Sec Charlie. Before I go to Attorney Ruiz, back to Attorney Ruiz, I think you mentioned the local government code. That's interesting because given that a draft memorandum circular was mentioned to exempt LGUs and to increase the percentage of the contract price which they can advance to go up to 50% or beyond the existing 15% allowable limit under the rules. Paano naman yung local government code? Can a memorandum circular amend the local government code? Baka hindi, di ba? Or exempt from the local government code? Maybe before we go back, we'll go to you, Sec Dancing again.
Mr. Chair, that's precisely why we need a law that will temporarily exempt the local governments from the local government code, specifically Section 338 of the local government code, which was very specific, prohibitions against advance payments. No money shall be paid on account of any contract under which no services have been rendered or goods delivered. So at least for this pandemic or national public health emergency, local governments may be exempted from this provision.
Right. Thank you. Thanks a lot for reading that for the benefit of the body, you Sec Dancing Malaking, and for Sec Charlie for pointing it out. Then we'll go back to Attorney Ruiz, ma'am. Given that it's a draft memorandum circular lang, which can be withdrawn at any time, maybe we need a more finite, a more definite and certain policy regime. But go ahead, Attorney Ruiz. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's what Secretary Galvez earlier mentioned about conflicting or differing opinions of lawyers. There are those that would say that the local government code is the provision was adopted from the auditing code and therefore authority from the president would suffice. But I agree that for better clarity, it would be good to have a bill on this. Going back, Mr. Chair, on the other comments made earlier, because we are not part of the tripartite agreement, we are not in a position to say that all of the provisions therein are already in accordance with the rules on procurement. That's why, sir, I started earlier with we needed guidance, because the way I understand it, based only on secondhand information we hear from and we read on the papers and we get from press statements, there are cost overrun provision, indemnification provision, all of which may not be just a procurement matter. As mentioned earlier by Senator Drilon, indemnification is an issue of, is there money provided to actually indemnify, or law or rules that would allow for indemnification. With respect to cost overruns, Mr. Chair, even if we say in the rules, for instance, that there would be they would be allowed to provide for cost overruns if there is no budget for this allocated for the purpose, because the entire amount of the budget for vaccine has been allocated for the vaccine procurement alone, then there's going to be an issue later on as how to actually implement the provisions of the tripartite agreement. With respect naman po dun sa delivery, as with any procurement currently po ngayon, even if you've set the delivery, say, and there's no provision po in the procurement law or rules that says delivery should be quarterly, it's always dependent on the need and the ability of the supplier based po sa pag-uusap ng supplier at procuring entity. Say, for instance, it was originally set at January 10, but the supplier, for valid reason, is not able to, as long as the procuring entity accepts the justification, pwede pong magkaroon ng extension provided po in the delivery. So that's why po it's imperative for us po to be guided what specifically is expected from the GPPB to issue in terms of the rules, para hindi po ma-delay yung pag-i-implement po ng bill na to once may isa batas. Yun po yung guidance na hinihingi po namin from this committee as well as from the other agencies po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Ruiz. And maybe we can, I don't know how the body feels about revising that formulation of guidelines to include the IATF. So you're all working together since they are party to the tripartite agreement. So it will be you along with DLLG and IATF formulating the guidelines. Is that a good suggestion, a bad suggestion, a stupid suggestion, you can inform, you can tell us as you wish. But it seems that seems to be the obvious solution given what you've said, Attorney Ruiz. No, thank you. So any other? I'm trying to see
Mr.
if we.
Chair, if I may add, it would help us greatly if the specific provisions po ng 9184, kasi
Is what-
napansin ko po sa bill, nasa title lamang po siya pero wala po dun sa body yung specific provision.
So 9184, you're saying there's nothing that needs exempting from.
Kasi sir, ang nakalagay lamang po doon is advance payment. As atang mention ko po kanina, it's on the auditing code kaya wala pong provision sa 9184. Meron po tayo negotiated procurement right now. Ang na-mention po kasi kanina is on the lowest bidder. Hindi po yan nag-apply sa emergency procurement.
Because it's emergency, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Para po mag-guide lang kami kung anong specific kasi ang hirap pong gumawa ng guidelines kung and you know, Your Honor, because you're a lawyer, we cannot go beyond what the law says.
Sure,
so
sure.
we have to be clear on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Gov. Is there any? Can you think of any provision given what the GPPB has said? I'm not an expert on procurement myself, so we might have to comb through that law to see if we're violating anything. I think more than anything, parang safety valve yan eh. Parang comfort provision, di ba? Gov, anything that comes to mind that as ulap head?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also defer to the expertise of the GPPB, Mr. Chair. Pero perhaps if it can be arranged by your committee under confidentiality guidelines, maybe they can request the coordination between the GPPB and the pharmaceutical concern so that they can very well see all the details and fine print.
Right. How it will play. That's a good suggestion. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. In maybe in consultation with the stakeholders, we can put a phrase there, in consultation with the stakeholders. So then it becomes a practical exercise. Yeah. Thank you very much. I was told the LMP has technical difficulties, so they will submit an official position paper. I think, is there any agency or organization who has not been consulted yet? Then we can turn it over back to our colleagues led by our majority leader. Yes, minority leader.
Yes. I raised a question earlier. I want to propose an answer for the purposes of the committee.
By all means.
Yes.
Since,
I raised the issue of police power versus local autonomy.
Right.
These are two competing interests.
On the prioritization of the vaccines, no?
Prioritization of the vaccines. May I propose that we put in the law the prioritization of the vaccines insofar as the recipients are concerned, so that this is an exercise of police power which emanates from Congress, and at the same time an exercise of regulating the programs in the local government for the duration of the emergency on public health. And in that regard, Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman, I will not raise questions on the prioritization list as long as it comes from Secretary Galvez and Mr. Dance and Dr. Dance. Otherwise, wala na akong tiwala kung sino ang i-prioritize natin. Pero kung manggagaling po kay Secretary Galvez at saka kay Dr. Dance, hindi na po ako magtatanong sa interpellation kung bakit ganun ang inyong prioritization. Second point, alam naman natin kung anong ibig sabihin yan.
But let's also consult the local governments who they feel are the frontliners, minority leader.
Okay, however, but my point is, seriously speaking, since prioritization is an exercise of police power, it should be Congress which is where the police power is lodged, because it involves a promulgation of rules for the conduct of the affairs of the government. Now, on the second point of a contingent liability, I reiterate my suggestion that it should be on the indemnification. I mean, it should be carved out of the contingent liability because that is where it precisely belongs. As we do not know whether there will be claims for indemnification, so we cannot provide for a budget. And we do not know how much the budget will be, and that will raise an issue of the availability of funds if you place a separate budget. On the other hand, if you just carve out from the contingent liability allocation, that will precisely be consistent with the concept of contingent liability because that is what it is, the indemnity clause. And you do not need a certification as to the availability of funds. On the third point, on the prohibition versus advance payments, I would endorse in the committee report that indeed we should provide leeway and allow advance payments because this might be required of the manufacturers and the suppliers as long as it is limited to the period of emergency, of public health emergency, and only for COVID-19 vaccines. Huwag naman sa lahat, baka naman i-exempt na natin ang lahat na purchases. Hindi naman tama yun. But for purposes of the emergency, I think both on policy and legal grounds, we can justify the relaxation of the strict requirement on advance payment on grounds that national public policy would require the same under the during this national emergency, but not afterwards. So those are my three suggestions for purposes of the committee report. And if the chairman will accommodate that in his committee report, I can assure him that I will have only 1 hour of interpretation. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I was thinking of deputizing the majority leader to answer your questions, minority leader.
Those are my suggested points. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's hear from the majority leader because I will defer to him regarding your. They sound very sound, but let's hear from the author and the sponsor, Majority Leader Zubiri.
No, I absolutely concur with our minority floor leader, particularly on the issue of transparency and his last point that he made, particularly on the policy issue as well. I think we just have to defer also to our this is in so much as the funding only naman of the LGUs is concerned. This law is only for the LGUs purchase. Kasi sa national government, Mr. Chairman, wala naman tayong argument who they want to vaccinate first. Diba? That's a policy of the...
Sir, excuse me. On that point, just on that point, Mr. Chairman, I think, again, this is an exercise of police power. And police power is basically emanating from Congress. And therefore, we have the authority to put in the law the prioritization that is not purely an executive function. That's our submission, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Minority Leader. And but we assure our local governments, if that is the case, we will also consult them as to and try to come up with a mutually agreeable framework, if that's all right.
Because before we started the hearing, Mr. President, for example, Mr. Chairman, before we started the hearing, I had spoken to Secretary Galvez off record, and some of our colleagues were listening in. For example, in our province, if the province of Bukidnon purchases vaccines, under the national government COVAX facility and the national government's vaccine program, uunahin talaga yung national government COVID centers. But for example, when I asked earlier about the province of Bukidnon, we operate 4 Bukidnon provincial hospitals. Large ones, no, North, South, and Central Bukidnon. Sabi niya baka mahuli yan. But if the LGU buys or purchases the vaccines, dapat priority po yung aming frontliners on the provincial devolved units, no, for the department or the health, our health officers. And then maybe the governors and the mayors would like to also vaccinate their barangay health workers. The barangay health workers are the frontliners. There's several barangays now in Bukidnon that are on lockdown. It's the barangay health workers and the barangay officials that are actually there manning the post so that no one comes in and no one comes out. But I believe these people should also be vaccinated. And so we have to come up, if we're going to make it finite in the law, Mr. Chairman, that medyo you have to consult siguro with the LGUs, particularly as far as the LGU procurement of vaccines is concerned. Kasi kung national po yan, Mr. Chairman, well, we have no call when it's the IATF saying it should be the frontliners muna, which is the regional centers of the DOH, lalo na sa COVAX, because there's only 5 million vaccines that are coming in. That's only about good for 2.5 million people, no, for 2 doses. So, unahin nila yung regional centers ng DOH, yung mga frontliners ng DOH, and then so on and so forth. May mga senior citizens na marginalized, etc., etc. I think the priority of the LGUs might be a little bit more different. I would say Governor Kua would hear me out on this. So maybe if we're going to put it in the law para walang violation, mahirap naman kasi let's say hindi natin nalagay barangay health worker pero yung mga governors at mayors tinurukan nila yung barangay health worker, kasuhan pa sila ng batas. So napakahirap. So I think there should be some sort of leeway. I'm speaking on behalf of the LGUs because my father is also a member of the LGUs. So maybe there should be some sort of guidelines. I agree with Senator Dulon. There should be some sort of guidelines para hindi po political party ang bibigyan ng bakuna. Tama po yan kasi malaga eleksyon na po. Baka naman lahat na kapartido, bakunahan. Yung hindi kapartido, bahala kayo sa buhay ninyo. hindi na kayo makaboto pagdating sa halalan dahil wala kayong bakuna. Hindi tama yun. Hindi tama yun. So there should be some sort of guideline. Diba, Senator Frank? There should be some sort of guidelines naman.
Baka yung presinto, yung vaccination center, yung presinto.
Baka kung walang guidelines, lahat na kalaban sa politika, patay na. Dahil di ba
tatamaan ng COVID, mahirap na. Dapat may guidelines. I agree. I agree with that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
pero iba lang po, my last point po, Mr. Chairman, is that the guidelines may be a bit different for the local government units.
Yeah. Let's allow some leeway for local autonomy is what you're saying.
Opo, kasi sa national government, nandiyan pa yung military, nandiyan pa yung police. Na hindi naman yan priority ng local governments. The local governments, of course, have different priorities. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And that's a good point by the majority leader, because I think, I also come from the province of Aurora, and for example, we consider as our economic frontliners some of the tourism workers. So the tricycle drivers, the municipal tourism officers. Kasi those will jumpstart your economy. Kung wala yan, patay talaga yung ekonomiya. We've seen so many individuals and families laid off because patay ang tourism industry. And we're seeing some provinces like Palawan, Boracay, and Aklan getting their act together. Kami, nahuhuli kami. So I would like my governor to be able, or my mayor, to be able to say, let's vaccinate our tricycle drivers kasi yan ang tour guides namin eh. Let's vaccinate our tourism officers. Yeah. Go ahead, Minority Leader Frank.
Yes. So just on the same point, I think we have a consensus that insofar as where the purchases of the vaccine are sourced purely from national funds, then there is a prioritization set in the law. And I will accept, as I said, the prioritization suggested by Secretary Galvez, being the one on the front line, and Dr. Dance representing the medical profession. Now, insofar as the LGUs are concerned, we're funding from the LGUs, then yes, the priorities should take into account, maybe we get the suggestions from the Liga as to how the prioritization should be. But this must be set in the law. Because otherwise, waka po pagdating ng halalan, ala ng kalaban dahil hindi binigyan ng COVID at namatay na lahat. Hindi po tama yan. Kaya lagyan din natin ng prioritization list.
Walang kalaban sila Governor Kua sa Quirino. They're always unopposed. Minority Leader.
Just to clarify, this is before the COVID-19. Hindi po dahil na namatay na lahat ng kalaban.
Yes, thank you. Seriously, that's a good suggestion. I think tama si Minority Leader, tama si Majority Leader. I think there's a meeting of the mind somewhere. We'll just come up with a mutually acceptable language to cover the ideas expressed, Your Honors. Yeah. So any other, I think for the questions, we'll go first to the sponsor. Maybe he has any concerns.
Mr. Chair?
Then next
Mr.
is Vice
Chair?
Chair Marcos after, yeah, Senator Nancy, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair? No, I
Yeah.
think yung somebody from HTAC would like to speak.
Yeah, sure. That's not on my list, but anyone who's on HTAC or any resource person, I see BCDA. I don't think they've been acknowledged yet. So sino yung taga HTAC po? I don't have the name. Is there someone from HTAC here, since that was raised during the comment of Dr. Dance regarding the acceptability of the direct purchase? Anybody from HTAC here? Comsec? May taga HTAC ho ba rito? Well, it doesn't seem they're here, Senator Bina.
Sir, dun sa chat box, parang, I don't know kung doctor yung Dr. Reyes ba?
Dr. Reyes? Is there a Dr. Reyes here?
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Love. Dr. Love. Dr. Reyes, are you here?
Yeah, Marita Reyes.
Marita Reyes?
Marita
Yes,
Reyes.
Dr. Reyes, please, would you like to comment? Dr. Reyes? Dr. Love, ang resource person ni Senator Zubiri, si Dr. Love.
Ito talaga?
Dr. Reyes, are you here? Dr. Reyes is not responding. Comsec, are there any other resource persons who've not been acknowledged?
Naka-on na yung mic ni Dr. Reyes, pero walang...
Dr. Reyes, go ahead, ma'am. You have the floor if you wish. Dr. Reyes? Mahiyain yata si Dr. Reyes.
Masama siguro signal.
Chairman.
Yes.
In question from the media.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah,
This is for Secretary Galvez.
Yes.
Sec, may tanong ang media kasi sa akin.
Sec Charlie.
Nabanggit po ni Sec Galvez na dapat nasa Philippines na po ang Pfizer vaccine of COVAX by February 12, more or less. No? If we already have the indemnification law clause, in the absence of the indemnification law, what kind of document will the NTF provide COVAX and Pfizer in order to facilitate the immediate shipping of vaccines to the Philippines? Or kailangan talaga natin ipasa muna ito, Sec? Or meron na kayong document for that, to be able to bring that in?
Sir, Your Honors, Sir Major, Sir, ano po natin, we have now our lawyers having yung tinatawag nating indemnity clause between Pfizer and considering that we have already the draft. Ang ball talaga po nasa kanila po sa WHO at sa COVAX Gavi. We already submitted yung ano po namin na indemnity clause. And then nasa kanila po yung bola na ibigay sa atin yung final draft. We already commented with our lawyers and we are waiting for it. So yun po talagang inantay po namin. And but basically, ang maganda po kasi sa COVAX, yung emergency utilization list will also include other vaccines like AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Novavax, Johnson & Johnson's, and even Sinovac and other vaccines. Some other vaccines are very peculiar sa indemnity clause. And that indemnity clause, kung meron po talagang indemnity law tayo na mailalagay po dito, mas malaki po yung makukuha natin kagad yung 44 million vaccines can be immediately put into place sa atin po. So yun po talaga ang nakikita namin isang hindrance, particularly yung Pfizer, considering that's very sensitive, na they don't want na magkaroon sila ng indemnity during the time of this COVAX immunization.
So, Chairman, there was also suggestion by the minority floor leader he would propose an indemnification amendment in our law to help us.
It's a contingency. Tama siya. It's really it falls squarely within the concept of a contingency, a budget contingency.
Sir, can I
to sponsor? Yeah, Sec Charlie, you're raising your hand, and then Yusek Hoven is also
Sorry,
raising.
sir, there are three significant value of the indemnification clause in our bill. One is it will definitely increase the volume and will give confidence to the manufacturer to produce and to give more volume for us, like for COVAX and both for bilateral arrangement that we had. Second, it also give leverage to LGU since they have a direct communications with the manufacturer. So the manufacturer can now directly go to the LGU so that they can have different choices. Kasi sa ngayon sir, yung ibang manufacturer like Johnson & Johnson's, they're asking us, and also Pfizer and other vaccines, they may not opt to LGU because of the indemnification risk na kung just in case they will communicate with the LGUs directly. And then also thirdly, sir, pagka meron po tayong indemnification provisions, it will also add to the generation of demand, yung tinatawag na public active, tataas po sir. Kasi yung isang tao, pagka alam niya na pagka binakunahan siya, tapos may mangyari sa kanya, alam niya merong siyang kukuha na na tinatawag natin sa hospitalization. Somebody will take care of that. So that ang pinakita ko sir is dalawa po yung natin yung significant volumes at saka yung tinatawag nating public uptake because somebody will take care of them during the adverse effect. Yun lang po ang inano po, Your Honors.
Yeah, thank you, Sec Charlie. So but you're also okay with the suggestion of the minority leader that we place it there. We place a clause there that nasa contingency fund in the meantime, subject to the kasi hindi pa pasado yung indemnification bill, di ba? So at least maybe in the interim there is something that can allay the fears of the suppliers, manufacturers.
Maybe we can ask Yusek Mark Hoven.
Okay, sige, Yusek Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So we must distinguish the various dimensions to the indemnity clause argument, indemnity clause issue. First, on the issue of whether the DOH or Sec Charlie or the executive can enter into an agreement taking on liability arising from any adverse side effect encountered by any person, I think it's implicit in the authority of the executive to do that. We don't need the law for that to happen. We don't need the law to take on that liability because in other cases we've also signed an indemnity agreement holding certain contractors free and liable for certain actions. So that's one. Number two, on the issue of an indemnity fund, we have two options. We can pursue an administrative indemnity fund or a statutory indemnity fund. When I say administrative indemnity fund, I mean a fund created under a program set up by the PhilHealth utilizing the Universal Healthcare Law and setting aside funds so that any person encountering any side effect will be paid by will be supported by the PhilHealth. So that does not require another law. So if it's statutory naman, if you want to make a statutory indemnity fund, then of course you need to make a law. Now we go on to the Honorable Senator Drilon's comments. So if you want to make a statutory indemnity law, then the appropriation for that fund, for the indemnity fund, is already appropriated now. But if you don't want that, then I don't think you need to go through a contingent to include under contingent liability, because from my understanding, when we say contingent liability, it primarily deals with contingent liability arising from PPP contracts. So based on yung sagaan natin, yung nasiset aside natin na fund does not relate to, in particular, people encountering adverse side effects from vaccines. So what do we do in such a case? If someone encounters, if someone encounters any adverse side effect arising from taking a vaccine, for example, then that person, of course, is free to go to court and sue the government or sue, AstraZeneca or Pfizer. And after getting a judgment, then the appropriation should have, then after that, the appropriation should happen. The problem here is we don't even know how much money do we need to fund possible adverse side effects encountered by people who who inoculate themselves. That's the basic issue.
Yeah. Before I recognize Minority Leader, just a question, Yusek Mark. Dun sa existing indemnification agreements that you have signed, or indemnification clauses which are part of those agreements that you have signed, where do you intend to source the funds for those agreements?
Typically, if the government signs an obligation to undertake indemnity to hold any contractor free and liable for acts done in connection with a particular program or a particular contract, and if ever there's liability, then jurisprudence tells us that that guy who is entitled to a judgment later on goes to Congress and asks for an appropriation or a special appropriation for that purpose.
So on paper it appears that it is a expeditious route, but it turns out that it's the scenic route.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting, huh? So, Minority Leader, yeah.
Well, the statements of Mark precisely supports the proposition that we must include a provision in the law which would enable the claimants to go to the contingent fund. Because as Mark said, the contingent fund was designed to respond to the contracted liabilities under the contracts that the government signed. So with more reason, should we amend the law in order to allow claims arising from or indemnification arising from claims on the vaccine to be to access the contingent fund? I don't see why we do not need a law on that. As you admitted, the contingent fund did not consider this emergency because it was not existing at the time it was crafted. So that should put to rest this issue, and Congress has the absolute power insofar as the law is the funds are concerned. We are the guardians of the purse, and therefore it is within our power, plenary power, to be able to carve out from the contingent fund item indemnification for this for this fund. So that should be no question, and we do not lose anything by carving that out, and that provides the immediate solution to the reluctance of manufacturers to enter into contracts with us, because they are exposed they're exposed to an indemnification claim should something go wrong with the vaccine.
Yeah. Can I go back to Yusek Mark? You mentioned the standby fund. There's an admin and there's a statutory. So it's clear what the statutory one is. It's something passed by Congress. But for the admin fund, where would that source of funds be?
Basically, the shortcut solution is to set up an administrative fund, which should be under the PhilHealth, basically the state health insurance company, which is the PhilHealth.
And that needs no legislation. That's an appropriation authorized by law already because it's a government corporation. No?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
Mr. Chair,
which is faster, which would give a greater assurance, as mentioned by Minority Leader Drilon, in terms of making the transactions more expeditious and giving greater assurance to the manufacturers. I think is it the statutory or the administrative?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, actually I fully agree with the respected Senator Drilon insofar as a statutory indemnity fund is concerned. What I'm concerned about is the use of contingent liabilities to fund a statutory indemnity fund. What we can do is, in Congress wisdom, maybe you can set up a statutory indemnity fund which is initially funded by an appropriation in the amount of, say, 1 billion or 2 billion pesos. Then it should be run under a program which is administered by the PhilHealth. So you don't need to mild
Yeah.
variant. Yeah.
Easier said than done. Said statutory fund, appropriate. Where is your fund? Where will it come from? You have no funds. Your collection is down. And the only source today is for those stuff provided in the budget would be borrowings. And given the reluctance of this government to borrow, that fund that you are proposing will be a fiction because wala namang pondo ron eh. What we are pointing out is an item in the budget which is already part of the national expenditure program.
Okay. Well, it's clear that there are many ways to skin a cat. We just have to decide which is the best way to skin that cat, and so that we get those vaccines on our shores soon enough. So it's clear that there are a number of options. So any other concerns from our colleagues? I think HTAC, Dr. Reyes of HTAC was telling us she was having technical difficulties because she was unmuted, but we could not hear her apparently. So that's happened to me in the past, no? I unmuted, but no one could hear me also. So, Attorney Reyes, Dr. Reyes, are you here now, ma'am? Talagang may problema. So I will ask them to submit
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, may I
Yes,
manifest
Secretary
Secretary Duque?
Duque, please. Go
Yes,
ahead.
just for the record, the board of PhilHealth has already directed management, PhilHealth, no, to already create a adverse event following immunization to include severe side effects on account of the use or inoculation with any vaccines. This will be covered by PhilHealth through that benefit package. But again, that was not included in the corporate operating budget for 2021. And so I would like to suggest that if any fund may be identified or a source be identified to fund this particular indemnification, siguro dapat ang mag-administer ng fund na yun ang PhilHealth para sila na yung gagawa ng benefit package. So instead of giving it straight to people as a compensation for whatever side effects they might experience, it will be PhilHealth through reimbursements to hospitals that will provide the cure or the treatment of the adverse
Wala nang pera mga hospital, Secretary. They're waiting for your payables. That's the truth. Ang sabi ng isang hospital owner, if you don't have 1 billion in cash, you'll close up because it takes so long for PhilHealth to pay up.
Yeah, we'll talk to President CEO Geran to fast track. Oh, yes.
That's the reality on the ground. Umiiyak itong mga small hospital owners, Secretary.
Yeah,
we will get case of reimbursements of PhilHealth, and then we're going to give them more on their plate. I want to be clarified, Secretary. You mentioned that PhilHealth passed a resolution for a indemnification fund from adverse effects, but it was not included in the corporate budget. Why is that?
Ay, hindi pa ito resolution. It's just a direction to create to study the creation of a adverse event.
I think medyo huli na yung study, Secretary, kasi they are already looking for that indemnification. Hindi ba kayang isama sa 2021 corporate budget ng PhilHealth yan?
I will check on it.
Just talking about 1 billion pesos. That's well within the reserve fund of 200 billion, which PhilHealth has, hindi ho ba?
Yeah, sure. We will check on it, Mr. Chairman, and then get back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary. Because maybe Sec Charlie can follow that up, Sec Charlie, since may lead tayo dyan sa PhilHealth. You can, if that's worth pursuing, Sec Charlie.
Yes, sir. We will respond. We will comply, sir.
In the meantime, we can include the minority leader suggestion subject to changes that can happen. I realize it's a moving target. Everything is a moving target. So we just have to keep moving. We cannot wait to stop moving. We just keep moving forward and we amend as necessary. I think that's the best course of action, Your Honors. No?
Yes,
Minority Leader.
In that regard, can we have a commitment from Secretary Galvez and Dr. Dance that they can jointly submit to the committee the proposed prioritization for vaccines funded by the national government, and in consultation with the Liga, the prioritization insofar as vaccines purchased with LGU funds, so that we can minimize the politics to a great extent. That is why we want to put it in the law, so that to the extent that we can be objective, it achieves our purpose without meaning to cast mistrust on any sector. It's better if there is transparency. We are comfortable that this prioritization was discussed openly and all views were taken, so that we can come up quickly with this proposal. Secretary Galvez and Dr. Dance,
Yes,
can you
sir.
submit that as soon as possible?
Yes, sir. We have a meeting now with the different business sector, and we will get their comments on this, and we will comply, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Minority Leader. Senator Kiko. Yeah.
Yes, just the clarification on the policy of the IATF that allows only those local governments who are to purchase these vaccines to only purchase 50%. Would that also be affected by this measure? Will that be altered? How will that work? What would be the position of the IATF?
Charlie, I think you're supportive, no, of the 50% advance payment for procurement.
No, the question was, if I recall, maybe I was mistaken, but my understanding was during the Committee of the Whole hearings that the IATF will only allow local governments who are under the tripartite agreement to purchase only half of their requirements.
Okay, and so they can cover for the other half, the national government will cover.
Yes. With this measure, will they still be limited to only half of the purchases that they may be able to make for their constituents?
Yeah, that's a good question, Secretary.
Sir, we put a cap on 50% only on two things. One is to have equitable access to all LGUs, because there are many LGUs who have money that they can buy all the volumes. Meaning, for example, in Makati, they have fund more than 3 billion. So it will not, runs through with the equitable access that the company and also WHO is espousing. So with that, by putting a cap, it will give also small cities and provinces to gain access on the volumes.
Yes.
The primary purpose of the LGU procuring it is so that we can have an added volume to the national volume, because the procurement of the national government is through multilateral arrangement. And if it is through multilateral arrangement, we have some provisions, strict provisions, being provided by the ADB and the World Bank. That's why through the LGU, we can gain more volumes, extra volumes, so that we can have immediate procurement that they can immediately lock in the volumes. But definitely, the 50% is to give also the other LGUs the opportunity to buy.
So I think, Mr. Chairman, that has to be clarified in the measure, because the measure will allow LGUs to purchase, and therefore, if there are caps with respect to the IATF, baka dapat ma-clarify din sa
measure,
sa committee report and the proposed measure itself. The other point, if I may be allowed.
Yes, please.
What is the universe of vaccine purchases of local governments, whether it's highly urbanized cities, provinces, municipalities? Magkano ang pinag-uusapang pondo rito?
We have with us the Bureau of Local Government Finance, so they could maybe tell us what are they here?
Because Manila said they have 1 billion. Quezon City said they had this. I mean, these are the monies going around or available. So if we have this measure, what is the universe of purchases that are we talking about?
It's the funds that can be expended outside of personnel services, I suppose, of the local government units. And I think the LG, the national government, the ERA, but you also have the external income. Does ULAP have it, Your Honor? The ERA is around 600 billion, something like that, di ba? So, but may personal services pa doon, may ganon. Maybe Yusek Densing or Governor Kua could give us the precise figure. Yusek Densing, yeah.
Usually the number that they provide is based on the availability of funds that they can set aside for purposes of vaccine procurement. So with the cap of 50% of the target population for vaccination, so if they budgeted 3 billion, for instance, or 1 billion for that matter, if it is in excess of the 50%, then they will have to scale down the budget. So it's really based on the availability of funds for vaccine procurement, not necessarily to have a general universe for that matter, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, the reason why I'm raising this, and perhaps the IATF and the DILG will have to work together and figure this out. We have to anticipate how much are they planning to spend, no? And then, of course, will the money be available? Will it be released by the DBM? Or will it be another victim of underspending? So we have to have a sense. Ano ang magiging projected purchases na yan? Magkano ba yan? At meron bang pondong mailalabas dyan? Baka ang mangyari dyan, yung LGUs, panay ang announce tapos sasabihin ng DBM, wala pa palang available na pondo, kaya maghintay muna kayo. We don't want that to happen, di ba?
But IRA is automatic appropriation. So if it's sourced from IRA, it's automatic appropriation. Let's ask Governor Kua where they plan to source it. Sa income ba yan or sa IRA kukunin, Governor Kua, or borrowings?
Chair, it can be any of those that you mentioned. For instance, one clarification that we in the ULAP have made in behalf of LGUs was to seek authorization to use our local disaster and rehab fund or yung calamity fund. And it was clarified by DBM na pwede daw po gamitin yan. So that's the 5% of IRA that comes in monthly in tranches. No? So that's already available. Then, of course, if a bank will loan you money for purchase of vaccines, you can use that. Or if you have additional income, kung sa iyong local taxes, you generate enough money to buy, pwede rin po yun. And then lastly, if you have partners in the private sector that can put up endowments for your LGU, pwede rin po yun.
So does that satisfy Senator Kiko? No?
So they will be spared from the non-releases of the so that they can make these commitments.
Baka ma-for later release.
Yeah, because the concern is, the Department of Agriculture reported to the Committee on Agriculture that only 25% of the Bayanihan Fund has been spent after 5 months. Yeah. So are we going to, parang after 10 months, 50% pa lang ang nagagastos, ganun ba ang mangyayari rito? We don't want that to happen because the vaccine rollout and the success of the vaccine rollout is precisely dependent on the resources available, and the economic recovery is hinged on a successful vaccine rollout.
Yeah, very good points, Senator Kiko.
Mr. Chair.
Wait, who's calling? Senator Nancy? Was it Senator Nancy? And then Vice Chair Lisa?
With the permission of my colleagues lang.
Okay, if
just really quick
wait to the sponsor, of course you have priority, Majority Leader.
No, it's my apologies to them. I actually have to step out. I have another meeting at 2 p.m., sir. So I'll just ask to be excused, Mr. Chairman. But once again, I'd like to thank all our colleagues who are in support of this. Particularly, we'll need the help of our Senate Minority Floor Leader because of the time essence here. We'll have to work with him on the amendments on the provisions that he mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair. And thank you also to Governor Kua. And to all the secretaries that are here, thank you. Maraming salamat po. Secretary Galvez, maraming salamat po. I wish you Godspeed on the vaccination program. I'm awaiting every night in the news for the actual, hindi po practice, yung actual coming of the vaccines. We're hoping that it'll happen very, very soon. We're praying for that, for your success, Secretary, and for the success of the vaccination program. We're praying for that. Maraming salamat po, Chair. I leave it to you. To your discretion on what amendments to be placed there. Being a Harvard Law graduate, you're the best. You're the best in the best position to give the best amendments.
I'm good at consultation, so I will consult you. I'll get back to you.
Sige po.
on the proposed
Maraming salamat
amendments.
po.
Thank you. Very well said, Majority Leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll thank you for this urgent bill. Thank you, sir. Who was raised? Senator Nancy, then Vice Chair Risa. Yeah, Senator Nancy, then Dr. Dance, I think, is also wants to speak. Go ahead, Senator.
I have connected din dun sa ni-raise ni Senator Kiko kanina. Currently, what is the latest amount committed by the LGUs?
Mr. Chairman, if I may answer that question, Sec Duque here.
Yeah, go ahead, Sec. Go ahead, Sec.
Yeah, it's about 8.6 billion consolidated amount as of January 5. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that.
And Secretary Duque, more or less, ilang ano ho to? Ilang bakuna? Or ilan ang mababakunahan out of that 8.6 billion?
I don't have that number now. I don't know if Sec Galvez has that number because iba-ibang presyo ng mga bakuna. So I really cannot make a general statement to that question. But we'll find out and we'll get back to you, ma'am.
Okay.
Siguro,
Thank
Secretary Duque, kahit range lang kung anong population yung ma-vaccinate out of that 8.6 billion. Meron ho ba nun, Secretary Galvez?
As far as I'm concerned, Madam, mga more or less 8 million plus na ano.
8 million individuals.
Yes, for AstraZeneca, Madam, to include the private sector, we have 17 billion. So more or less 8.5 million. And also now they are acquiring for Moderna for 10 million. So that's another more or less 2 to 3 million, Madam. And then again, Novavax, I think they're acquiring for 16
Yung 8 million, Sec Charlie, is that within the 27 million you mentioned earlier? Kasama na yon?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bali yung 8 million is only for AstraZeneca, considering that this include already with the private sector.
Okay.
So Secretary Galvez, hindi pa specific to the LGUs.
I'll back to you.
Million.
I'll back to you, ma'am.
Pati yung, sige, Secretary, baka you can submit to the committee, pati yung for Moderna and for the other.
Yes, ma'am. Because ang ginawa po kasi sa tripartite, it is a mix of LGU and also the private sector, because the private sector is also donating the half to the LGU. So it's a mix of quadripartite agreement.
Okay. And then, siguro, Secretary, paano ba yung magiging actual implementation nito? Kasi for example, dumating yung bakuna ng AstraZeneca, sino ho yung unang LGU na mabibigyan? Ito ba yung unang pumirma ng tripartite? Will they be given priority? Or paano ho yung actual distribution of the vaccine? Well, specifically AstraZeneca kasi yan lang naman ho yung may tripartite agreement at the moment.
Madam, based on the agreement that we have with AstraZeneca and also with the LGU, meron din tayong priorities na sinusunod, both institutional and geographical. So yung geographic na po natin, yung most vulnerable cities will be given priority.
Pero at the moment, hindi pa ho yan nako-convey to the public. Like, sinong LGU yung, kunyari, for example, next week, may dumating na ho na 1 million AstraZeneca vaccines. Sinong makakakuha ng 1 million?
Ma'am, the determination of the priority will be after the supply agreement. We are now finishing the supply agreement, and the supply agreement will state whose LGU will be the first. So it will be agreed by the company, by the tripartite, and also by the different LGUs.
Pero dun sa supply, yes, Secretary Galvez, pero dun sa supply agreement, kasama ho ba yung LGU dun sa usapan, or it's just between AstraZeneca and IATF?
Ma'am, ang ginagawa po namin, it should be integrated, considering that the LGU is the implementing arm of the inoculation. So ang gagawin po natin, the supply agreement will be integrated, including the third-party logistics that we will be having.
Pero kasi di ba parang, ang concern ngayon is who will get the first batch of vaccine. And at the moment, parang wala pa ho tayong listahan na lumalabas. And I think ito rin yung concern nung grupo nila Dr. Dance, na dapat talaga ang priority is yung frontliners natin, whether they are part of the national government or the local government.
Yes, actually, ma'am, before they signed the agreement, it is very clear one of the provisions that the AstraZeneca is two provisions. One is the equitable access for the poor and vulnerable, and also there will be no privileged access. So meaning they will follow the government WHO SAGE ma'am prior to the contract. So doon sa supply agreement, doon natin i-specify yung implementations ng ating prioritization. And it will be collectively decided by the LGUs concerned so that they will understand the provisions that we will be following.
And Secretary Galvez, kasi di ba dun sa AstraZeneca, ang national government did not procure. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am. Sa AstraZeneca, fully 17 million was procured by the private sector and the LGU.
So technically, if you're an LGU who can't afford to allocate funds, hindi ka ba kakakuha ng AstraZeneca?
Ma'am, hindi
Because from the national government, kasi walang pinrocure yung national government na AstraZeneca. So you'll be left with, I guess, Sinovac or Novavax. Because at the moment, yung medyo sigurado sa procurement ng national government.
Madam, we are ongoing negotiations with AstraZeneca for the added volumes for the government. Actually, ma'am, ang ano po namin is for those LGUs who have never procured vaccines, the government will take care of it. Kung titingnan ma'am natin yung sa procurement schedule natin, yung procurement ng government mauuna po sa procurement ng yung deliveries, particularly deliveries. Mauuna po yung procurement ng government because the schedule of the tripartite agreement that they have signed, third quarter at saka fourth quarter po ang delivery po ng AstraZeneca.
So medyo matagal-tagal po sila, Secretary.
Yes, ma'am. Ang mauna po sa AstraZeneca is yung 2.6 million that they have signed with the private sector last year. So it may be arriving maybe on May or maybe late of the second.
Which means, Secretary, there's a possibility yung mga ibang LGU, first quarter of next year pa nila makukuha yung bakuna. If we do pass this bill.
No, ma'am. Ang ating arrangement is most of the vaccines that we will be procuring together with the LGUs and the private sector will be this year. And there is a possibility that there will be an early delivery in case the supply and demand become stable.
Okay. Siguro, Chair, yun na lang muna. And I know some of my colleagues will also ask questions.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Nancy. Very good questions. Wala na po si Mig. So the order of, there's an order of, I think we're respecting the order of arrival. So si Vice Chair Aimee and then...
Mr. Chair, excuse me.
Yes, Senator Nancy.
Dr. Dance, parang yung statement ata.
Yes, that's right. Dr. Dance can read the statement of Dr. Reyes since she had that trouble going online. So with the indulgence of our colleagues, can we give the floor to Dr. Dance to read Dr. Reyes's statement of HTAC. Go ahead, Dr. Dance.
Mr. Chair, tapos may follow-up po ako kay Sec. Charlie.
Yeah, okay. Senator Riza, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Your Honor. Before I read her statement po, baka I can react to the request for prioritization. Kami po ni Sec. Galvez ang tinatanong. It is the prioritization process po is the responsibility of the National Immunization Technical Advisory Group, which is a semi-independent group with a lot of independent experts who have gone through the nitty-gritty. They include scientists and social scientists of the prioritization process. So I think that they have come up with a very good prioritization process, and that this can be used by the government. Although we feel that if prioritization is done but individually by LGUs, we still fail to reach an equitable distribution because there are still rich LGUs and poor LGUs. Yung second ho, before I read her statement, is if we're talking of indemnification and possible litigation from vaccination, we may want to think, maybe the legislators might want to think of setting up a vaccination court as they have done in other countries, because it's a very highly technical task and can easily be politicized. So if we have an independent vaccine court to look at all cases, then we come up with fair decisions on any litigation or claim for indemnification. And then I'll read the statement from the head of the Health Technology Assessment Council, Dr. Marita Reyes. She's the former dean of the UP College of Medicine and a revered mentor by everyone who graduated from the college. So she has three short responses. First, the bill is not in accordance with the one nation approach, walang iwanan, walang maiiwan. It leads to disparate moves among LGUs who can afford and those who cannot. It aggravates existing inequities in healthcare provisions across the country, and the tripartite agreement involving the government, pharmaceutical industry, and local government units. It's not mentioned in the bill.
One cold, one hot.
The provisions are not mentioned in the bill as a control for price. Our second statement is that the bill makes it more difficult to promote a well-orchestrated effort towards attainment of herd immunity.
I lost again.
In the country. Sorry. Sir, napuputol ba?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Doc.
Okay. So the bill makes it difficult to promote a well-orchestrated effort towards attainment of herd immunity. Whereas the bill specifies that vaccines shall be deployed in accordance with the national guidelines implemented by the Department of Health and the NITAG and the National Task Force, the scenario will be like that of an orchestra where the different sections are reading the same musical score, that is the national guidelines, but playing their parts on their own. The result is not music, but chaotic noise. And last, the bill overlooks the role of the Health Technology Assessment Council, which she leads, with three functions: providing the necessary evidence that will support the use of the vaccine in the national program or inclusion in PhilHealth COVID benefit packages. Number two, a continuing review the evolving evidence with regard to the still ongoing phase 3 trials. And number three, a continuing monitoring of the international real-world safety and effectiveness data being released on a daily basis that may impact on their use in the national immunization program. So to date, 200 million, almost 200 million people vaccinated around the world, a rich source of information on continuing guidance on safety and efficacy. They have the expertise to track that, and important not to overlook the role of HSAC. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Dance and Dr. Reyes, for
Mr.
that.
Chair, super last na.
Yes, Senator Nancy, go ahead.
Hindi, kasi in other countries ba, do they have the same setup that we are proposing with the bill? Like for example, sa US ba, can California buy the vaccine? Or
They have a federal system, so it's a different system, Senator Nancy. No, they're more empowered than our local governments.
Or maybe
They're also
Great
richer.
Britain.
They're also
London?
richer than our local governments.
Yeah, but can London procure their own vaccine? May ganun ho bang setup?
Maybe in the UK, I don't know. Let's ask the experts. If have anyone studied the UK? Maybe the Astra people know because they worked with the UK government in developing the vaccine. Maybe Secretary Duque knows. I don't know. We throw it to the body. The question of Senator Binay is, in other countries, are the local governments allowed to buy their own vaccine, similar to what we are proposing under the bill, Your Honors? So anybody can chime in on this to contribute to the discussion. Dr. Dance, yeah, please. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't know if Director General Eric Domingo is still on the call, but the FDA has studied the nature of emergency use authorizations around the world. And the spirit of EUA is that procurement it's a national emergency, and therefore procurement and distribution should be on a national basis. Dr. Domingo is here and probably can elaborate on the spirit of emergency use authorization.
Okay. Yeah, sige, Dr. Domingo. Go ahead, sir. Did you hear the question of Sen Nancy, Doc Eric, Director Eric? You're on mute, sir. You're on mute. Were you able to hear the question of Senator Nancy?
No, I'm sorry. I just came back from the bathroom.
Yung question ni Senator Nancy is, sa ibang bansa ba, are local governments allowed to procure in large doses? And what is the modus operandi? Tama ba? What is the modus in terms of distribution? Is that your question, Senator Nancy?
Yes. Yung similar setup that will be implemented by the bill.
Yeah.
Meron na bang gumagawa nito in other countries?
Wala. Most of the other countries really do it on a national government basis or the federal government, and then the national government then distributes depending on the prioritization for each region, for example, or autonomous area or state. Pero
about sa US, Director Eric, sa US, kasi federal sila, di ba? What's the distribution there?
My understanding is it's also a federal government contract, one big contract, and then the federal government then distributes it among the different states.
I see.
Sir, can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Sec Charlie. Yeah, anybody can comment on this issue as long as it's
actually during our presentation to the Senate, most federal countries really procure centralized from the federal government. UK, they procure for the whole state that they have. US and also even those federal countries, all of them because of the EUA criterion of the vaccine. Most of the federal states, it is the state, the federal state, the federal
national government, the central government. The
central government is the one authorized to buy for their different state.
Okay.
Which means, Mr. Chair, dapat yung tamang proseso is the national government should assign kung sino yung mga LGU na kailangan ng bakuna and not the purchasing power of the LGU.
Are you talking about any particular LGU, Madam Senator?
Ha?
Are you talking about any particular LGU?
No particular LGU.
Versus Makati.
With the purchasing power?
Kasi di ba, parang the policy direction should come from the national government. Kasi, I mean, since you mentioned Makati, kasi for example...
I didn't mention any LGU, Madam.
Okay. Let's take the example of Makati. For example, medyo, di ba, we have cases. So, technically, qualified kasi marami rin namang COVID cases. But what if, kunyari yung scenario is Makati is like Batanes, na technically zero yung cases, but can afford to buy 1 billion worth of vaccines. Diba? So para magkakaroon siya ng access to the vaccine when the need is not that great. Baka ganun yung maging effect nung bill na to. And I guess siguro kailangan may provision din sa bill to avoid that type of scenario. Para magkaroon
I think that's the intention, Senator Nancy, the Minority Leader Drilon, in trying to provide for that prioritization. So there's some kind of alignment. It may not be 100% alignment, but some sort of congruence between the national government and local government priorities. Diba? It's up to us in Congress to decide whether it should be 100% congruence or alignment or 75 or 80% to give something to the local governments, depending on, since you mentioned Makati, I remember si Mayor was talking that, kasi they're an economic center, so dapat yung mga negosyante, dapat ma-vaccinate. So it may vary kasi from given the peculiarities of each local government. Secretary Charlie, yeah, you're raising your hand.
Sir, you're right, sir. Actually, sir, kaya po tayo nagkakaroon ng tripartite. That's why we cannot allow yung direct na ang LGU po ang mag-buy because of that prioritization. That it will not violate yung tinatawag nating equitable access.
Okay.
And magkakaroon ng privileged access for moneyed LGUs. So, kaya kapuhan natin, ang purpose natin, a tripartite agreement is the only unique provision dito sa natin na tayo lang po ang meron ganitong model. But I believe many countries are also learning from us because it is only in this country that the LGUs, the private sector, and the national government is pouring its resources to create the national volume. Because without the help of the help of the LGUs in the private sector, our volume will be limited, considering that the limitations of our procurement process with the multilateral arrangement. So that's why the tripartite agreement can be supported by this bill, and we can provide some safety nets so that it will not be politically abused.
Yeah, thank you for that,
Mr. Chair.
Secretary Charlie. Yeah, Vice Chair Risa, finally you get to ask.
Salamat. Oo, Mr. Chair. Interesado ako dun sa pangalawang pagbanggit na ni Sec Charlie dun sa equitable access. So particular po, equitable access between and among LGUs. Aside po, Sec Charlie, from the cap na i-apply towards the richer LGUs, paano pa yung paraan na yung national government masisiguro na no LGUs will be left behind, no? Yung mga walang kakayanan, hindi maiiwanan, something that both Dr. Reyes and Sen. Nancy have mentioned. So ano pa po yung ibang paraan na gagamitin ng NG?
Ang nakita po namin, ma'am, we coordinated with the manufacturers. For example, AstraZeneca, very stringent yung kanilang no privilege access at saka yung equitable access sa provision. Na-negotiate po sa kanila. So ang ginawa nila, yung inalaw lang nila ng mga LGUs na bumili sa kanila are those LGUs with highly affectations ng ibig sabihin yung most vulnerable cities are the one they prioritize in the access for vaccines. So with that, ganun din ang magiging parang prioritization ng national, considering that the national considered yung protection ng institution and also protection of vulnerable people. Ganun din po ang ginawang distribution ng AstraZeneca. So we exchange data on which city or which geographical location will be given priority in case there is some sort of conflict of how much we provide to the other LGUs and the other LGUs. So yun po, ma'am, it is being in principle pa rin ng equitable access at no privilege access.
Salamat, Sec. Charlie. So halimbawa yun yung sinabi niyong geographical alongside institutional prioritization sa vaccination. Last follow-up question. Yes, Sec. Charlie? Last follow-up question, Chair. Tungkol dun, ito naman po para sa DILG. Kanina po, sabi niyo nga may mga interim guidelines na inilabas or inilalabas. So putting aside the topic of indemnification, which has been discussed a lot, in terms po of yung post-vaccine care at saka monitoring, ano po yung paghahanda na mayroon dapat dito and sino po yung mananagot mula po sa pagbili hanggang dun sa post-vaccination na aftercare at saka monitoring in terms of the LGUs po? Kasama po ba ito sa guidelines?
Yusek Epi, ikaw na po.
I think si Secretary Duque will. Pero dito po, regarding po sa post-vaccination monitoring, this is in conjunction with the vaccination team in the local level. And part of the guidelines that we've given the local government, Madam Senator, is we ask them to identify specific personnel in the City Health Office to assist the vaccination team. So aside from the vaccination team identified per local government unit, there's an assisting team from the local health offices. So after po nagkaroon ng bakuna, may monitoring po yan, nabanggit po sa ating vaccination plan na pagkatapos ng bakuna, 30 minutes muna uupo yung nabakunahan para maobserbahan. Then they will be eventually monitored in the respective residences for any effect or after effect after the vaccination. Then papasok po yung ating Department of Health kasama po yung mga local health officials para i-address po once na nagkaroon ng complaint sa kanyang pangangatawan yung nabakunahan vis-a-vis after the vaccination process.
Salamat, Yusek Densing. I suppose kaya yung hinahanap si Sec Duque kanina dahil these interim guidelines, this portion have been sourced by you from the DOH, then magfo-flow through sa DILG or yung LGUs and then down to the local health units ulit po. Alright, maraming salamat po, Yusek. Salamat, Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Risa. Any other questions from the body who may wish to ask? Yeah, Senator Kiko, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Sasamantalahin ko na, nandito na si IATF Vaccine Sir at nandito rin si Dr. Duque, si Secretary Duque. Yung based on the Committee on Health of the Whole hearing, February 20, yung unang pagturo, yun yung indicative target date, Secretary Galvez. Kumusta na yon? Are we still on track? That's 9 days from today.
Sir, sabi po natin sir ngayon, ang indicative date supposed to be ng COVAX is the second week of February. But considering also that there are requirements, considering of the agreement of indemnity clause, medyo madidelay po ng third week na February. But definitely it will be on February. And also the arrival of the Sinovac might be at a definite date of February 23. Because they will include the 600,000 donation that they had for the military and also for our healthcare workers.
So kailan? So dati indicative date is Feb 20. So now you're saying it will be maybe 1 week after Feb 23. Tama po yun?
For the first delivery of our procurement, which is Sinovac, depending on the approval of the EUA, kasi po we cannot bring, yun po ang agreement po namin sa Sinovac, na we cannot bring in the supplies until such time that the EUA has been approved by the FDA. So that's why yung agreement po when we have the Senate hearing, that we have committed that the EUA should be first po. So
okay. Understood. There are some delays because of the, sabi nga ninyo, you already mentioned that the last time during the Committee of the Whole hearing. It will depend on a number of factors. 1, approval of the EUA. 2, the delivery. 3, among others. No? So yun, yung EUA, hindi pa nagagawa. So dapat siguro si Mr. Dr. Domingo should be able to tell us how soon can they approve that based on the timeline. Again, I'll go back to the February 20 indicative date. What is our indicative date now based on all the approvals that need to be undertaken, the delivery, the rollout? Kailan matuturukan yung unang frontliner given all the latest developments since our last hearing, since we terminated the Committee of the Whole hearing? Maybe Secretary Galvez or I guess Secretary Galvez will be the one to answer.
Yes, Sec. As I've said earlier, there are many factors affecting the delivery. One, as I've said, is the ability of the supply, considering that the supply of the Pfizer that will be coming in will be.
Yung COVAX, kailan yon? Sabi niyo yung
Sir, the promise of the WHO before is second week, but considering that we still have some documents to be completed before its arrival, medyo madidelay po ng mag-slide down po tayo ng other week.
So third week of Feb COVAX.
Yes, sir.
Depending on the approval of EUA, but you're looking at what?
Yes. Secondly, the COVAX, dalawa pong vaccine ang pwede po dyan, yung AstraZeneca at saka yung Pfizer. But AstraZeneca is also dependent on WHO emergency utilization. So basically, sir, yung delay is not on us, but also the requirement of the WHO.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And again, I will clarify it, and it was on record. Your indicative date was Feb 20, but you said it is still subject to a number of approvals from the FDA, from the COVAX because the COVAX wanted some documentation, etc.
Yes, sir.
Naintindihan natin yon, factored in na ho lahat yon. Ang gusto malaman ng ating mga kababayan, kailan ang unang matuturukan? What is now your new indicative date? So that we are all aware, diba? And we are in anticipation and preparation, we have deliverables. Again, this is indicative. We
Yes,
will
sir.
stress. Maaring magkaroon pa ng some adjustments, but what is the indicative target date of your... Last time you said Feb 20, there are now being adjustments made. What is the new indicative date?
The new indicative for the COVAX is third week. For the Sinovac, the indicative now is it was adjusted to 20 to 23 because of some documentation and also depending on the publication of the EU by the
Yes, and assuming makuha yung EU, assuming kailan ang unang tuturukin? After third week of Feb 23, approval of the EUA, kailan ang unang vaccine rollout ng ating mga frontliner?
It will be if the arrival will be third week. It will be also third week. We will have some sort of only 2 to 3 days technical inspection.
So now we're working on a third week of February, ang unang matuturukan ng vaccine rollout ng IATF. Tama po yun?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Salamat. Hindi malayo dun sa indicative date yung Feb 20.
Yeah, we did diligence of Senator Kiko, si Vice Chair.
Yes.
Is raising her hand. If it's on the same topic, yes, go ahead, please.
Well, since we're talking about the dates, we're receiving a great number of complaints from the Russian vaccine, the Sinopharm vaccine, all pending approval with the FDA. Ibang topic ng kaunti, pero given that we're all anxious about the schedule, perhaps the FDA can tell us. The importers and manufacturers claim that they had submitted in early January and until today have not heard from the FDA.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I give an update?
Yeah, okay, sige.
Yeah, so yung pong the Pfizer, as you know, has already been given an EUA, including the EUA for the COVAX facility, no? This was released today. So pwede na pong tanggapin yung COVAX facility na Pfizer.
Yun ang tinatanong yung pina-follow up ng mga LGU, yung Chinese na Sinopharm, pati na rin yung Sputnik na galing sa Russia. Matagal na daw pending yun early January pa raw, pagkatapos ng New Year nag-file.
Bigyan niya daw yung authorization kasi libo-libo na daw yung na-vaccinate nun, kaya natas na daw.
Marami sa kanila nasa Kongreso.
Ayun po, Sinopharm wala pa pong nag-apply.
January pa.
Wala pa naman daw namamatay, kaya pagbigyan nyo na.
Ito po yung magulo, yung hindi natin alam kung sino yung kanilang local representative. And then the Chinese government finally sent a letter to Secretary Charlie and to myself saying that they do not have a local representative. And
I need sa Russian, yung Sputnik. Sa pangalan
yung Russian po talagang ang may problem talaga kami doon sa compliance nila sa mga documents. So our regulators are actually having a meeting with them today, started at 2 o'clock, para maklaro, para po hindi nagkakaintindihan kasi kung ano yung isasubmit nila dapat na dokumento, tapos kung ano yung binibigay nila, hindi nagtutugma. But they're meeting right now to iron it out, to make it a little, para klaro kung ano talaga yung kailangan isubmit.
Sige. Thank you, Dr. Domingo.
That's good to hear. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Senator Kiko, for giving way. Yeah, Senator Kiko, are you done with your questions? No.
Thanks, Kiko.
Any other questions from the body or concerns? Senator Frank, yeah, Minority Leader.
Just a few points. Secretary Charlie, since there are at least tentative dates of deliveries of Sinopharm, and I know who else, I assume that supply agreements have been signed already. Is that correct, Secretary Charlie? No deliveries can be made unless supply agreements have not been signed. Have supply agreements already been signed?
Sir, we have modified yung tinatawag natin term sheet. I have just signed a term sheet for the 50,000 and also for we are arranging for the 600,000 donations by the Chinese government that they have promised. And also for the COVAX, considering that the COVAX is a different facility from its manufacturer, we are dealing with them as a facility. So with that said, the requirement that we had for the COVAX is within the purview of the DOH who are dealing with the COVAX facility. So the papers that we need to finish with COVAX is the EUA being provided by FDA for the COVAX facility, which has been approved already, and also for the EUL for the AstraZeneca from WHO, and also to give us the WHO and the COVAX will give us the refined tinatawag nating indemnity clause. After that, pag napirmahan namin po sa yung indemnity clause, it might already complete all the requirements po sir. Sa lahat po ng namin, ang medyo nakukumpleto pa lang namin po na term sheet is basically yung at saka yung supply agreement is basically Sinovac and also the Novavax. We will be having a meeting tomorrow on the supply agreement with Novavax and also Moderna.
So again, you have completed and signed the supply agreements with which manufacturer?
Actually, sir, yung in-answer natin, sir, is the term sheet. Ang ano po lang ngayon sa ngayon is we are finalizing the supply agreement with Sinovac and also with Covovax and also Moderna. Yung tatlo po na yun, sir, ang pinifinish po namin ng supply agreement, but no supply agreement finished yet.
So how can we say that there will be deliveries if there are no supply agreements?
Indicative.
Sir, actually,
pakiliwanag mo because in commercial transactions, the deliveries are made after the supply agreements are signed, except those donated. I can understand that. But those which are not donated, and I assume would have some commercial aspect, I assume that a supply agreement is signed before the manufacturer would deliver. You mentioned that there will be deliveries, the second week, third week of this month. Other than those which are donated, the deliveries which are not donated, I assume is covered by a supply agreement. Otherwise, there is no firm commitment to supply.
Sir, can I have Secretary Duque? He's raising some.
Well, I think
Go ahead,
yes,
Secretary.
thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Yeah, but I think it was clarified by Senator Grilon that other than the donated vaccines, which are scheduled on the February 23rd to arrive, and also the Pfizer vaccines of 117,000 doses expected to arrive as soon as all the documents have been completed and have been actually submitted to COVAX, and we're just waiting for the final draft. The February 23rd arrival of the Sinovac vaccines will amount to about 600,000. So ito pa lang po, so far, ang mga indicative volumes that will be used for our initial rollout. But in terms of the supply agreement, there has been no signed supply agreement, Your Honors, Mr. Chairman. It's still
So
in the process.
if there are no signed supply agreements, except for the 600,000, which I assume is donated, there is no definite schedule and there is no definite commitment for the supply of vaccines to our country. As we talk now, because there is no supply agreement signed and therefore there is no supply firmed up. Is that correct?
So actually, sir, during the first Senate hearing that we had, we said that we have initial 50,000 Sinovac that will be coming on February 20.
Yes, for the 50,000.
Yes, sir, 50,000. Only 50,000, sir.
50,000 is
Yes.
that under a supply contract?
We are having some sort of a PO to to be accomplished for that direct purchase because they are not for example the considering that the EUA of Sinovac has not been approved, we cannot make any payments, sir. That's why we have some arrangement with the ambassador that the embassy that we will have the 600,000 to be delivered on the 23. So for
such a complicated answer. I have a simple mind. I could not follow everything that you're saying. My question is very simple. Have we signed any supply agreement which will create a situation of a firm commitment by the manufacturer?
Si Sec Galvez.
None yet, sir. None yet, sir.
What?
We don't have any supply agreement yet. Yes, sir. We are still accomplishing it within the.
So we have not signed any supply agreement.
Yes,
anywhere.
Sir. Yes, sir.
No. So what the 600,000 vials arriving on February 23 is under what setup?
It is a donation, po, sir.
It is a donation. All right. So including the Sinovac vaccines?
Sir, the Sinovac vaccine will be the 600 that will be donated, po, sir.
So this is donated, and not there will be no public funds disbursed as a result of this donation.
None yet, sir.
All right. After the 600,000, when are we expecting the next batch of vaccines?
The next batch of the vaccines that we will be having will be from Sinovac, more or less 950 to 1 million by March, and also another. We are still negotiating with AstraZeneca for allowing us to have an early delivery of 500,000, but it's still for negotiating, sir.
Okay, so just to be clear then, as of now, okay, you expect 1 million vials from Sinovac in March and 500,000 from Astra.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's still in negotiation, sir.
Under negotiation.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
First question. As of this point, we have not signed any supply agreement.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And therefore, these are just commitments not written anywhere, but just based on good relations.
Yes, sir. We have some sort of agreement that we have already locked the supply on the effective date. And there is already a commitment to have the supply agreement discussed within this week and next week.
You have a locked agreement. And under the locked agreement, how much is the cost?
It's a varying cost considering that the different vaccine has a different cost. We are still negotiating with the ADB and the World Bank on the ability, but maybe we can ask Yusek Mark because he's the one doing the direct negotiations.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Yusek Mark.
No, just before. Okay. Yes. Can somebody answer my question, Mr. Chairman?
The question is are there any firm agreements, Mr. Minority Leader?
Yes.
The firm agreement that we had is through the term sheet. So we have more or less 108 million doses that we have been negotiating.
Are we saying that those term sheets would obligate the manufacturers to deliver the amount stated in the term sheet on a particular date?
Until we finish the supply agreement, sir. That's the firm up.
So there is no firm commitment?
Yeah, that's the commitment, the advanced market commitment. Yes.
I'm sorry?
So siguro in legal terms maybe so we can understand, Sec Charlie. Ang tanong siguro ni Minority Leader is when is the contract perfected? Is it when you sign the agreement of the term sheet? The term sheet, the way I understand it, is an offer. It's an offer to provide. Pero the offer is only good until the contract is only perfected when we accept it. What is the document which signifies acceptance of the offer?
All these, this is the supply agreement, sir. That it will be the terms of payments and also the prices will be there.
And sa supply agreements, ilan na po yung na perfect natin?
Sa ngayon po, sir, ongoing po, sir, yung negotiation with Moderna and also with Novavax and also
Okay. Okay. So does that satisfy the minority? It's still ongoing. So wala pang perfected contracts, Mr. Minority Leader.
Fine, we accept that. Now the other data that I want to clarify is, did somebody say that Sinovac has asserted that they have no representative in the government at this point?
It's Sinopharm, sir.
Sinopharm.
Sinovac?
Sinopharm, sir. Sinopharm, sir.
Sinopharm. During the committee hearing, there was a certain attorney Tolentino who was the former assistant secretary in the DOTR,
Yes,
who claims that he was a representative of Sinovac or Sinopharm. I don't know which one. Would the chairman be able to recall?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. So
Sinopharm daw.
is that being confirmed that Attorney Tolentino is the representative of one of the two Chinese companies?
During the Senate hearing, sir, he alleged that he will represent the Sinopharm. But during the after the hearing, I received a letter from the Sinopharm themselves that they have not authorized any of them. So their authority expired last March 2020.
Okay, so just to clarify, because these are public hearings and representations are made that they are the authorized representative, the LGUs might be dealing with him, or any government agencies might be dealing with him. And here, for the record, Secretary Galvez, you're saying that you've been informed by Sinopharm that he is not a Philippine representative. This is Attorney Tolentino.
Yes, sir. It was written therein that there is no local representative by the Sinopharm. Considering that Sinopharm is a government owned institution, and they considered also that the vaccine is a strategic asset of the Chinese government, they should deal they should deal directly with the government and also directly with the Sinopharm.
Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. That's very reassuring, Secretary Galvez. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the minority leader just uncovered a possibly perjurious statement before the committee.
Maybe it was a statement made out of an honest belief that he still had the authority. But apparently, he no longer does.
Mr. Chairman, that's why during that Senate Committee of the Whole hearing, tinanong pa ni Sen Ping si Attorney Tolentino to present his bona fides to the Committee of the Whole.
Was he able to? Hindi nakalagay yung expiration. Anyway, any other comments from our colleagues or the floor? Anybody from the body wishes to say anything about the bill before we accept or deal with the amendments? Anyone is free to propose amendments, and we'll discuss it with the sponsor. I think the minority leader has already made some very good proposals, and we'll discuss those. Any other proposals, Your Honor? Senator Nancy, and then Governor Duck afterwards.
Dadagdag ko lang yung parang bakit pagdating dun sa Sinopharm, natuturok na siya pero hindi pa natin alam kung sino ba talaga.
Wala parang authorized representative pero may authorized recipients na.
Jesus. Mystery. Talaga, ang daming misteryo dito.
Yan yung stage 3 trials natin. Meron na tayong de facto stage 3 trials. Governor Dax, you're raising your hand.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and to all the senators who are very supportive of LGUs in this bill. May clarification lang, Mr. Chairman. On the bill, Section 2, the last paragraph, it says here that the deployment of vaccine in every province, city, and municipality must be in accordance with the national guidelines being implemented by the Department of Health and the National Task Force Against COVID-19. If the committee will decide to provide guidelines of distribution for LGUs, will this then be amended as according to the future to be identified guidelines or a prioritization guideline?
Will there be a conflict with the act and the guidelines? I don't know. I don't know what all the guidelines are, to be honest. So, but subject siguro, the law will be the governing. That's a higher in terms of legal hierarchy or prioritization. So, and then subject to that, the guidelines of the administrative agencies. That's my initial agreement. And of course, so if we decide to lay out the prioritization here for local government deployment, then that would be the governing prioritization, I would think. I think that's the intention of the minority leader in providing for that. Yeah.
Sa ngayon naman, Mr. Chair, the master list creation is delegated or done in coordination with the LGUs. So really, there's not much issue when it comes to the master listing, because it really is the LGUs that create the list, whether it's given that, of course, that it follows the national guidelines. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek, RJ. Thank you, Governor Dax. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. After listening to the whole hearing, Mr. Chair, and just to answer responsively to the request of Senator Kiko, we will commit of submitting to this committee the list of local government allocation of funding for vaccination, because I think that was a query before, because nobody can really answer directly, responsively, how much does each local government provinces would really allot. Sir, we will commit to submitting to this committee specifically each provinces how much, through, of course, with the indulgence of Governor Kua and through his assistance, we will provide with this committee that data, so that the committee could understand it fully, how much really each provinces and highly urbanized city, for that matter, would allot on this issue, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek, RJ. I'm sure Senator Kiko will appreciate that. I
Thank
want to
you.
make one point that I wasn't able to make. I was talking to a governor of a small to medium-sized province, and he did a survey of those willing to be vaccinated. The results were 20% of those of his populace were willing to be vaccinated, and in one town, the ratio was 10-1. So in one town, it went as low as 10% of willing to be vaccinated. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. Eh baka marami tayong vaccines. The tragedy would be we have a lot of vaccines. Walang may gustong magpabakuna, di ba? Yeah,
Mr.
Yusek, RJ.
Yeah, the interim guidelines of the memo that we have sent includes the campaign, the information dissemination for which the local government should do in explaining with all honesty the vaccines that they'll be getting. So on part, the LGU's role really is to build that confidence with their constituents as well. Because education and campaign is really needed at this point in time, Mr. Chair. And that is, I think, one of the concerns raised by the governors during our meeting with the League of Provinces, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Senator Kiko, you're saying? No more? Okay. Any other comments from the body? I think that's a major challenge, really, the willingness to be vaccinated. Senator Nancy?
Yeah, kasi I think dun sa bill, we've delegated the purchase and administration of the vaccine. Pero parang kulang siya when it comes dun sa monitoring. Baka we need to add a section wherein I think very essential dahil emergency use pa nga ito, yung monitoring ng mga nabakunahan. I don't know if in place na yung software wherein the LGUs can have access to that software program, wherein yung IATF would have access to the database.
Yeah, it's a good point. Very good point. Yeah. Given the EUA net. Sec Charlie, you're raising your hand. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We have a special task group who are in charge of the after adverse effect, ma'am. Kasi ang mangyayari, ma'am, yung mga vaccine expert natin at medical expert, they've been pulled into a task group. And all the LGUs have been informed on the response that they will be doing. Actually, during our meeting with the LGUs in Metro Manila and other cities, meron silang specific response team that will take care and observe those who have been vaccinated. At the same time, alam po kung saan po hospital ang magre-receive ng mga tinatawag nating mayroong adverse effect. At the same time, some of the LGUs already taking care yung tinatawag digital apps that will really monitor the conditions of those who are vaccinated in coordination also with the LGUs. So na-coordinate po yan. Sa Metro Manila po, nakita natin wala po tayong problema because those adverse effects provisions that we are always emphasizing. Na-emphasize na po natin sa mga LGUs during our, and then maybe Secretary Duque can add.
Siguro, Secretary Galvez, in sync na ho ba kayo? Kasi for example, yung sa mga LGU, nababato na ba nila, pwede na lang ibato yung data na yan sa national government?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, ma'am, yung lahat ng mga master listing po nila, ini-integrate po ng DICT sa ngayon po. We have already directed DICT to really integrate the master list. At the same time, yung adverse effect talaga, ma'am, meron tayong war room na coordinated with the LGUs at the regional and also at the provincial level. Sa NCR, nasa MMDA po tayo, meron tayong response team at saka po meron na po mga hospital na nabigyan tayo ng directive that they will be the one who will take care of the adverse. Alam na po nila yung mapping ng gagawin po nila.
Siguro, Mr. Chairman, this is something that we can include yung reportorial requirement from the LGU.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll welcome any proposals to this effect. We'll work with Senator Binay and Secretary Charlie and Secretary Duque to come up with a provision that would best reflect what would be the best practice on this issue. Thank you, Senator Binay, for suggesting that. Any other comments from any? I see some resource persons who have not spoken. Maybe we'll give them a chance. BCDA, is this for Secretary Vince? I don't know if he's still online. He texted me he was presiding over a meeting. And we have Annie Almojuela. I don't know if what organization they I just see their names on the screen. So I want to make sure everyone's given a chance to speak if needed. Yeah. Annie Almojuela, BCDA, Joanna Capones. Bureau of Local Government Finance, Brenda Miranda. DOF, BLGF, Ms. Pamela Quizon. Although
Yes,
DOF was already represented. Yeah. Hi, ma'am. Would you like to say anything in addition to what Yusek Mark Hoven has mentioned earlier?
Mr. Chairperson, the Bureau of Local Government Finance supports the measure to ensure fast, effective, efficient, and orderly COVID-19 vaccination approach in line with our urgent goal for economic recovery. So we also recognize the need for legislation to address the limitations that the LGUs face on vaccine procurement. We take note of the comment of Governor Daxco when it comes to advance payment. We also take note that the sources of financing of LGUs were touched earlier, and we concur with funding from LDREAM Fund, which is 5% of the estimated revenue from regular sources that can be tapped by the LGUs. Also, in addition, there's Local Development Fund, Mr. Chairperson, that the LGUs can also use for COVID vaccine.
Ma'am, yung NDREAM Fund can be tapped even without need of legislation, ha? Just want to clarify.
Yes, sir. The 30%, Mr. Chairperson, only the Quick Response Fund, the 30% of the 5%.
Okay. 30% of the 5%.
And there's an estimate naman po that we can use, especially now that we already have the 2021 era numbers.
Okay.
And the LDF po that was mentioned earlier, Mr. Chairperson.
LDF, what's that?
The Local Development Fund, this is
LDF,
20%.
okay.
Yes, of our internal revenue allotment. And with whatever numbers and computations that the committee will ask from us, Mr. Chairperson, we're willing to provide. Our official position paper will be submitted.
Yeah.
The soonest,
Thank you very much, ma'am. Can we ask for the possible funding sources? I think that's yung hiningi ng ibang senators earlier. The possible universe of potential funding sources, not actual funding sources, as that would depend on the willingness of the local government, no, but the potential sources of funding. Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments from the body? If not, we can. It's been 4 hours, more than 4 hours already, and the sponsor has abandoned us. So I think it's time already to to call it a day, since the sponsor has already left us and given it to us.
Yeah, the sponsor has left you. Has abandoned you.
Yeah, so we'd like to take this opportunity to thank all our colleagues who have patiently listened to all our resource persons. Yeah, the minority leader, Senator Bina, Senator Kiko, Vice Chair Risa, Vice Chair Aimee, Governor Dax, Secretary Duque, Secretary Charlie Galvez, Yusek Densing, Yusek Echeverry, our private sector reps, Attorney Dave, Attorney Pam from Mr. Sepulveda. I'm just reading the names I see here on my screen, no? But thank you very much, and please, if you think of any additional, Director Eric, of course, if you think of any other additional comments, please feel free to furnish the committee with possible amendments or corrections or comments. And again, we thank you very much for spending the last 3 to 4 hours with the committee. Salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ho. Thank you, GovDax. We'll discuss the final bill with you and Migs, taking into account the amendments na lang, Gov, para kayo yung link namin sa LG. Thank you. Thanks everyone, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Leader Frank, thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Sen Nancy, Sen Kiko, thank you.
Salamat.
Thank you, sir.
Sen Risa, Sen Aimee, thank you. Sec Duque, thank you. Sec Charlie, thank you. Salamat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Your
Sec
Honor.
RJ, salamat po. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much. Dr. Atienza, thank you.
Thank you
Attorney
po.
Pamela, thank you. Salamat.
You're welcome.
Thank you to our ComSec. Salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you.